Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you joined me today because today we're going to do a fantastic little seascape and I think you'll like that. Let me tell you what I've already done up here. I have my standard old canvas up here and I've covered the top of it with just liquid white, just like we normally do. Then I have a piece of masking tape and this is slightly above center. And then the bottom of this I've covered with liquid clear and I just have a thin, even coat. So tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along, and we're going up here and get started. Now, let's start today with a small amount of the phthalo blue. Smallest little amount. Just a tiny bit. Okay, let's just go up in here and let's just drop us in a happy little sky. Just a quick little sky. Now, when you're putting this liquid clear on, like we have on the bottom, use it very, very sparingly because you can't see it. You have a tendency to put too much on. You need very, very little of it. Oh, son of a gun. One can of it might last you for years and years and years. There we go. I have a big old cloud up in the sky, so we'll just leave a spot open for it. Okay, then we just blend that out a little. About like so. Now, same old brush. I'll take some more phthalo blue, reach up here and grab a touch of the alizarin crimson. So we have phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, and just mix it on the brush. I'm just looking for sort of a lavender color. Maybe in our sky today there's a big old cloud. Just use a corner of the brush. See, just tap you in the back of the cloud here, putting in some shadow. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Maybe right on down. I don't know. You be the judge of where you want clouds to be. Maybe it comes right on down in here somewhere. Okay, that's all there is to it. All we're doing is putting in some dark shapes, so when we put light on it, it'll stand out and sparkle for you. Let's bend this one over a little. There, see? Make him tilt over a little bit. You can just do anything that you want to do. It's your cloud. Clean my brush here. Give him a shake. We're in business. Okay, I'm going to go right into titanium white. Still use old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Now, when you're doing this at home, maybe you want to use your fan brush to do it if you want very delicate little clouds, or a 1-inch brush. Or you can get brave and just use this big son of a gun. It doesn't matter. There we go. Just put them rascals on there. I want a big fluffy cloud that just lives out here and has a good time. Maybe. There. Okay. Just wherever you think they should be. Maybe there's a little bit of it that floats right over here. Wherever. Look at that. See, a spigot brush will make beautiful clouds if you just give it a chance. But I'm using just the corner of the brush. There we are. Okay, we'll wash that rascal again. If you've painted with me before, you know I use odorless thinner to clean the brush. If you don't use odorless thinner, I guarantee you, you're going to be working alone and you're going to be the most unpopular person in the house. Now, just use just the top corner of the brush and we'll begin mixing this, blending it. And I'm going to beat the brush occasionally just to knock off excess paint that I pick up. There. Just begin blending it together. And by just beating the brush, you don't have to go through the whole cleaning procedure. Just give it a good hard whomp there. Knock it a good one. Okay, now I'm going to fluff this cloud a little. Got to make those little noises. There, just fluff it up. Like so. Give it another beat and a bang, and there we are. Sort of looks like an A-bomb went off there, don't it? So now if you ever want to paint a big explosion, big bomb, you know how to do it. We both learned something. There. Now very lightly, very lightly. Just want to go right across that and just blend it very softly. 3 hairs and some air. That's all it takes. Okay. Knock off that excess paint. Now then, as I mentioned earlier, there's a piece of masking tape across here. I have that on there only to give us a beautiful straight horizon line. So let's take that off. And that's the fun part, is pulling that off. Now then, we can go up here and begin playing a little bit. Might take a clean, dry brush and put the least little touch of the liquid clear right up to the horizon. When you're using this clear, one of the neatest things, try this at home. Take clear and liquid white, mix it together in about equal proportions, and then put it on your canvas. Make some of the most beautiful effects you've ever seen. You'll like it. You'll like it. Now then, I'm going to take just a little liner brush, or filbert brush, I'm sorry. A little filbert brush here, put a little color on it. I like to sort of lay out a basic idea when I'm going to do little seascapes, because I want to keep the eye of this wave transparent. So come right up here and watch. Let's just go. There will be our major wave. It'll come right along in there somewhere. And it'll curl over. Does that sort of help? Like so. And maybe we'll have some stones in here. I don't know. Somewhere in here we'll have some stones. See, it doesn't matter. You can just do anything that you want to do there. The only thing I'm worried about saving is this nice place where the eye of our wave will be. I want to keep that nice and clean and sparkly. Let's get a little bit of phthalo blue. Be right back. Grab some alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Okay. Now then, just going to put a little touch of color right up in here. Maybe a touch more of the crimson. There. This is just background color. There we go. See, right up to the horizon. There. And roughly down to where we're going to have it. We're really not committed, so it's not a big deal. That's the only part I'm trying to save, is right there. Rest of it, wherever. Okay. And right on over here somewhere. Okay, add a little phthalo green to my brush here. Maybe when it gets down in here, we're going to have a little touch of green. I'm going to add some black to that. Very dark. Black, phthalo blue, phthalo green. I let that blend right on up. Just looking for a super, super dark color. There we go. Something about like so. Okay. Now then, I'm going to grab another brush. Maybe there'd be a little sand over here. So I'm going to go into my Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna, just mix them up a little bit on the brush. And maybe there's a little sand lives right over here in the corner. And all we're doing is just blocking in color. Add a little touch of yellow ochre to that. Little touch of yellow ochre as it gets down here. There. Just sort of let them blend together. No big deal right now. Once again, all we're doing is blocking in color. We can come back and do anything that we want to do. Okay, clean our brush. Give it a nice scrub. And beat the devil out of it. Okay, now we can start playing back here. Grab a fan brush, go into a little bit of white, and we can make our first big decision. Looking for some waves back here in the background. There's one. Just straight white, that's all it is. There's another one that lives right back in here. Just straight white. A little bit of white right along this major one. Now, all we want to do is gently blend this back. Allow it to pick up that color, this back here. Just blend it back. Okay, grab the next one and blend him back. Wipe all the excess paint off your brush and just use the paint that you have on the canvas and blend back. See, what happens is these dark edges that are important, not the light ones. And you begin getting all those beautiful little wave shapes in there. And we can just put a little of the white on the brush here. Just put the indication of some little things that are happening way back in there. Okay, zoom in, just make little wave shapes. Just here and there. Like so. Okay. Let's get a filbert here. Right in this area, I want to have some fun. So we'll take some straight titanium white, and to that I'm going to add the smallest little touch of cad yellow. Very little color in there. Load the bristles full of paint. Now let's go right up in here. If this is where the eye of the wave is going to be, or the transparency, then just scrub it in. Get tough with it. Get tough with it. Really scrub it in. Now then we'll begin picking up some of this color. Just let it blend out darker and darker. While I have that on the brush, maybe some of it comes down in here. See, let all kinds of little things just happen. Bring them sort of back and forth a little. Now we can wash that brush. Okay. Now we have a good dry 2-inch brush. I'm going to use just the top corner and very lightly make tiny little circles here. And we can begin blending all that together. Tiniest little circles. You're just barely touching the canvas. And you just sort of wind it up. See there? And now we can begin creating some shape. Just pull those colors together. That's pretty already. Now shapes. There we go. Okay. Now we want that water to crash over. So I'll just take some white on the brush. And, well, let's see here. Let me find another brush. I got 2 or 3 of them going here. Need a little more dark right in here. There we are. Got to have plenty of dark in there so our light will show. Now we can take our, this is just titanium white. I'm going to grab it, give it a pull. Let it curl over. Think about that wave crashing over the top here. Grab it. Helps to make those little noises. There you go. Okay. Now maybe, I said there was going to be some stones. I'm going to take some, let's go in right in here. Have some Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixed together. And right here I'm going to mix up blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionally much more crimson. Take a little of each. And maybe our stone lives right up in here. Now push it in very firmly. Now we're just going to start blending this together. All I'm doing is bending that knife. I have the small knife. Pushing very firmly and begin blending this together. Let it pick up some of this white. I want this to be very soft, very subdued. A little more white. And just blend. See what's happening? Put a lot of pressure. Really a lot of pressure. Wipe your knife continually. And just make it look so soft. Maybe this wave comes right in front of it. You have to make a big decision. Okay. We'll take a little blue, crimson, touch of white. Let's go right in here and let's start putting the foam in here. That's the fun part. Just think about that foam crashing and carrying on in there. Helps to make all these little noises. Okay, now we have to clean the brush. I'm just wiping it on some paper towels here. Okay, and we go right back into, this is white with the least little touch of the cad yellow in it, at least a little touch. Load a lot of color into the brush. Now then, let's start right up here. Let's give it a little upward push. Create that nice foam. There. Wipe your brush off in between loading so you have nice fresh color on it. Let that foam just follow right around here. Think about how the water's going to crash and churn and carry on. All the little things that are going on. Water really gets, boy, it gets having a good time out here. Now then, I'm wiping all the paint off the brush and very gently just going to blend these back together. Get all the paint off the brush that you can get off. Just rub it clean. Our 2-inch brush, and very lightly, once again. Just blend that together. It comes out so soft and delicate looking. People never believe you've done that with a great big brush. Now I'm going to take the liner brush, go into some of that lavender here, and I want to strengthen this edge so it really stands out. There we go. Really strengthen it here. A little bit of that color on it. Begin putting some little things in your wave. These little things help show the shape. There. Okay, now then, let's go back to our small knife. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's have an opening between these stones. That always looks neat. So come right in here, and you need a few little things happening. We're not too worried about this. Most of it's going to be covered up, but maybe a little of it will show through. And we have a little bit of action going on back there. Need a little action. Go back into our lavender and brown mixture, and maybe come right up here. Maybe there's another stone. There he is. It's not a great deal of color on here. Not a great deal of color. Really push firmly. There, just really push it in. Begin shaping your rocks. Take off all that excess paint. Just all types of little beautiful things happening there. And at home, you have unlimited time, and you can just make, layer after layer and beautiful stone after beautiful stone in here. But this little knife is really ideal for this. Okay, maybe in our world here, there's a little touch of highlight that just zings right on down on that rock. Oh, there it is. See there? Now then, just grab the edges of that maybe and blend it back a little. It's a mean looking rock, isn't it? Take a little touch of blue and white, and let's just put a little of that right in here. Okay, a little bit of straight white. See, and just by making these little circles here, you can create all kinds of foam mist that's building and churning down here. Look at that. And you can do it. You can do it. Firm pressure, bending that knife. Bend it. You can do entire seascapes with this little knife. It's very, very good for seascapes. Okay, let me find my old fan brush again. Maybe there's right in here. There's another little doer. It lives right there. Wherever you want it. Put a little trough right in there. Just very gently blend it together. This liquid clear is fantastic for seascapes. It's one of the nicest things I ever invented. It works so well. See that? How that just, there's a trough right in there though that flows for you. Okay. There it is. Lost my knife for a second. Maybe there's another stone right here. And as I say, in your world, you put as many or as few stones as you want. This is just a little bit of brown and some of that lavender color. We just let it churn and mist right in there. Isn't that pretty though, the way that just comes together? Okay, I'm going to take a least little touch of yellow ochre. Least little touch, a little bit of white. And maybe let's just come right out in here and sort of define this stone a little bit. See that? Such a small amount of the ochre in there. It doesn't even look like ochre. A little touch of the blue. A little more white. Wipe your knife continually. Get off any excess paint. You can just blend all this together. Shoot, let's have a big rock right here. I'm getting so carried away. I need something to cover up this big opening here. We'll just take some Van Dyke brown here. Let's just bring him right off the canvas. What the heck? Maybe he comes right there. Wherever. Comes right down in front. And just fill this in. Scrape off all the excess paint. All the excess paint. Just really get in there and pull all of it out that you can. Okay, and then our little knife. I just want to blend all this together. Over here, I'm going to add a little bit of the phthalo blue and white. Act as a nice shadow color. Maybe there's a touch right in here, a little highlight. And you're continually wiping the knife. There we go. Now let's have some fun. Maybe, in our world, maybe the old water line here comes right. Push very firmly. Like so. And just blend that back. See, it's unbelievable what you can do with the knife. It really and truly is. Spend some time learning this son of a gun. Make friends with it. Make it your good friend, because it will do things that you could not believe. See, create the illusion of a little mist here. Maybe there's another little ripple right up here on the shore a little bit. There. Okay. Now then, we need some little fun things in here. Maybe in here we have just all kinds of little foam things that live in here. There we go. And you can blend these until they, any degree of lightness, softness, harshness that you want, can make it very, very soft. Now, take a little paint thinner, a little phthalo blue and white, and let's go back in here and begin putting in just some little wave indications. And you can put in all kinds of these to really make your painting stand out. Just all kinds of them. And if you come across here, and think where the light's coming. If you have a little bright spot here, maybe this right in here, it's a little bit brighter. Let them just shine. See, maybe right along in here. Okay, here's some. They come right on around. Look at that. See, this gives shape and form to your wave. There. There we go. Just let your hand wiggle and jiggle and carry on. This is where if you have a little nervous twitch, you're ahead of the game. Boy, you've got something going. Take advantage of it. Here comes one. Yep, you're right. Just let them go. There. But these things, as I say, this is what adds the little details that are so fantastic. And if you're out selling paintings, for example, this is what will make your painting stand out over everybody else's that's around. So spend some time and do some of these little things and enjoy it. It's a fun part of it. Maybe even in here, a few little gooders over in here. Something like so. There's no end to this. But seascapes should not be hard. They shouldn't be a big mystery. I think we've come up with some ways here to do some seascapes that even if you've never painted them before, you'll have very, very good success. I'm going to sign this one, take a little red, and we'll call it done. I hope you've enjoyed it. Show you how to use the liquid clear and how in just a few minutes you can do a fantastic little seascape. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and I'll see you next time. Hi, how you doing today? I'm certainly glad to see you. I thought today we'd do something that's a little bit different, so let me tell you what I've already done up here on the canvas. This is a black canvas. Now it's just covered with black gesso and allowed to dry. Then I've taken and covered the top half of this black canvas with liquid white. And down here we have layers. Oh, I've put some Prussian blue with some yellow ochre in it, some phthalo blue, and right down in here a little bit of brown. I thought we'd do a little seascape today. So just blues and a little brown here on the corner. Maybe have a little land showing right here. So let's have them graphically put all the colors on the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across in the same order that I have them on my palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. And I thought today we'd start off with a small amount of phthalo blue. Just a little bit, little tiny bit. Into the phthalo blue, I'm going to reach right down here and grab a touch of bright red and just add it. Maybe, there we go, a little bit more. So phthalo blue and bright red. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe we'll have a big cloud in the sky. So just use little crisscross strokes. Just laying something about like so. See, I didn't overmix the color, so you have all kind of little things happening in there. Now, I'm going to have a big cloud. Maybe he lives right in there, so I'll just leave that space open for the time being. Sort of decide where your cloud's going to live, and you don't have to worry about him. Just leave that space open. Okay, now then we can just sort of blend that out and smooth it a little bit. That quick, you have a very effective little sky. Okay, now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go into midnight black and back into the bright red. So I have midnight black and bright red. Just mix it right on the brush. Okay, let's go right in here. Now let's put some shadows in this big cloud up here. Here we go. Just use the corner of the brush and just drop in some happy little shadows. Comes right down into there. Let it come right down to the dark. You don't care if it hits that dark and picks up a little of that color. Just the corner of the brush, little circles. Just little circles. There we go. Okay, I'll wash this brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. There's a screen in the bottom of the can that I scrub the brush against, shake off the excess. Then you redecorate your room in just a heartbeat. Now then, let's go into titanium white. Pull the brush through the paint. Get a lot of paint on the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now this big fluffy cloud just lives right here, floats around the sky, has a good time right here. Big son of a gun. He's a healthy cloud. Big healthy cloud. We'll let him get smaller and smaller and smaller back through there. Okay. go. Don't kill all your dark. Leave some of that dark in there. All right. Now then, I have several brushes going, so I don't have to wash them all the time. So I'll take a clean brush, and I'm going to let's blend that a little bit. Just a little. Just sort of stir it up. Don't overdo. Just enough to sort of bring it together. Okay. Then very lightly fluff it. Look at there. Look at there. And then just gently, gently blend it. And that brings it all together. That easy. Okay. Now then, sometimes when you're doing seascapes, you'll find it a little bit easier if you just take a brush and sort of sketch in a little tiny bit so you have an idea of where things are going to be. And I think when you first start seascapes, you'll find this really and truly helps you. So the only thing I'm really worried about here is having I want a big wave in this one. It comes over, poosh, crashes, and maybe it goes way over like that. So that'll be our guide. Well, you can tell why I paint. I never mastered drawing. There we go. And that's really about all we need. Okay. Now we can take a fan brush with just titanium white and load that brush full of paint, a lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Start back here, and I'm just going to barely just let it graze the canvas. Now see, already it's picking up all those little colors. Just let it barely touch, barely graze. Just like so. Okay, and then maybe right along in here. Watch here, watch here. Uh-oh, look at all that. Now what you're interested in is the dark here, not the light. Now very lightly, we'll just pull that back. Just pull it back, pull it back. Pull it back, that easy. Okay, I'm going to add some more white to the brush and go right in here and do that. Just like so. Follow the contour of that big wave that you're going to have. Choom. And then once again. See there? Now all that'll begin making sense. This is one of the nicest, easiest little ways that I've ever seen, though, to create seascapes. Big, churning, splashing waves. All right. Now maybe back here in the distance somewhere there's some big headlands, big rocks. We'll take some crimson and some phthalo blue, and I'll reach over here and grab some white. We're looking for a lavender color, about like that, right there. Very good. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Where does this headland live? He lives right there. Well, he certainly does now. It's a big son of a gun. He's right over here in front of your cloud. All we're doing here is just applying color. Just all we're looking for is just the nice basic outside shape. We could care less what's going on inside here. Just the edges. Just take this old fan brush and get mean with it. Just really scrunch it in there. Don't know if that's a word or not, but certainly you know what I'm saying. Now then, you can take this brush and begin pulling that. Because this is wet, it'll move on there. There we go. See, and it gets lighter, lighter, lighter as it works down. Now then. Okay, now just by changing brush strokes here, you can create the illusion of all kinds of little things happening. So we don't want a lot of detail. This is too far away. Too far away. So just take the brush, create all kinds of little things. Like so, okay? Isn't that nice and easy? Told you you'd like that. Let's tell you what. We're going to use the same colors, only with less white in it. So we have alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Proportionately, well, that's hard to say. Proportionately, you need much more crimson than blue. Okay, I'm gonna have another little headland, and he lives, yep, right there. Look at that. See how easy it is? You can just make layer after layer after layer, and it really helps create the illusion of distance in your seascape. All right, now, once again with a 2-inch brush, pull that down. Watch here, let me show you something. Same color. You can come right back in here because there's a little misty area in there, and you can create another one. Now, son of a gun, you can do all that easy. Now then, just with some brush strokes, let some little things happen in here. People will think you worked for months to do that, and don't tell them any different. Don't tell them any different. There we go. Soften that. Now then, we go back to our fan brush that has the white on it, and we can come right in here, see, and begin creating all kinds of beautiful little things. Just let all that happen. There. Okay. Now we want a big crashing wave here that's churning over and watch. See there? There it is. Look at that. That easy. That easy. Maybe up here it's, and don't make it just straight across. Water breaks and it churns and it has fun, and there's some violence going on in here. You're familiar with violence. That's what happens when you get home late. There. See, that easy. You created the basic wave shape, just like that. Now then, I'm going to take a bristle filbert. This is a number 6 bristle filbert. And I'll go right back into this lavender color. And let's start right in here. And we're going to have some nice churning, some splashing, crashing going on. And all we're doing here is just throwing in some shadows. Just throwing it, there it goes, look. Push that brush, really work that color in there. Okay, let me wash out that brush. Now the one thing that everybody likes in Seascapes is that big transparent eye. The part right in here where the light shines through. We'll make that. I'm going to take some titanium white and the least little touch of cad yellow. Least little touch. Almost looks white still. Just fill the brush full. A lot of paint. See, a lot of paint in that brush. Okay, let's go up here. If your eye is going to be right here, then just scrub this in. Now you can do this several times to get the desired lightness. And it'll be a little bit right along the top, like that. You can wipe off that brush, clean it good. Really get it dry and go right back into that very, very light yellow color and add it in there again. You can do this over and over. Once again, till you get the lightness that you want in your painting. Okay, now then we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I want to come right in this eye and soften very lightly, very lightly. See, you can bring all that together. Now we can begin creating the shape. Pull that. Pull it. This is where you begin forming your wave. Okay, maybe right along in here we'll add a little bit more light and begin letting it just sort of drift downward. A little bit right in there. Watch. Now we'll take this brush, grab it. See, these black canvases are fantastic for seascapes. Personally, I had rather do the seascapes on black canvas than I had do it on white because your black, your dark area is already there. Okay, now I'm going to take my liner brush and go right into this color. This was the titanium white with the least little touch of cad yellow. Okay, let's go back up here. And maybe there's a little light playing through here, and all we're going to do is just touch. Just touch and make little things happening. little glimmers. This is what makes it pretty. Just let that bounce right along the top, right along these waves. Look at there. See? And let it go back. Right along in here. There it is. Pull it back a little bit. Now this is just that light color with paint thinner. Look at that. All kinds of things happening. Okay, and we'll have a few little things that sort of climb up these little swells in the back. See there? Now then, we'll take a little phthalo blue and some white and paint thinner. Just a very light blue color. And we'll go into some of the other areas here. See? And just do the same thing. Put some of these little things in here. You can begin creating all kinds of happy little things. All right, here's some up in here. See? And just sort of let them drift off to nothing in the background. These are a lot of fun to do. And I think you'll find them quite simple. Quite simple. They work very well. All righty. Okay, let's take, and I'm going to go right up in here. We'll just use this little filbert brush, and we'll begin working on some little foam things that are climbing right up the edge here. See them? There we go. Okay. See, this is where you can create all kinds of nice little foam patterns. Just like so. All right. Okay. Now then, I'm going to clean off this brush. Wipe it good. I'm just wiping these brushes on a paper towel. So it's very simple. Now then, let's go into, this is white, titanium white, with the least little touch of the cad yellow. Least little touch. Can't say that enough times. All right, let's go back up here. And let's begin putting in some sparkle on this foam. The brush is sort of tilted to the side and pushed upward, so that bright area hits up here. See it? See? And when you begin running out of paint, turn the brush over. There's a whole nother side, and here it's crashing up. Oh, I ran out of paint. I got excited and ran out of paint. There we go. Look at that. It's splashing all up here against these rocks and carrying on. Wipe your brush off. Clean it. Try to keep that color as nice and pure as you can. Okay, right up in here, push it. Make little sounds. Think about being at the ocean. Look at that. Oh, churning, splashing. There's a lot of power in here. Tremendous amount of power. Okay, you wipe off the excess paint. Now come back in here with a brush that's quite dry and has no paint. It's a clean brush. And just begin blending these areas together using little circular strokes. Little circular strokes, tiny little circles. There you go. See there? Now then, let me clean a brush. You know, I must have cleaned 100,000 brushes, and it's still fun. Now with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to go right in here, and very gently, we're just going to mix this up. Just stir it a little bit. See there? Look at that. Brings all that together. Just right on around. Don't let this get too bright. The only part you want to be really bright is what's out in the sun. Okay, now we need something for that to be crashing against. Tell you what, let's go right into some Van Dyke brown here. Pull it out very flat, like so. Cut across it so you have that roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now this is crashing right in here. So we need a big stone that lives. There it is. Look at that big old stone. He's living here. Waves are just about to beat him to death. There we go. This is nice. This is nice. This would be a good place to do some surf fishing. You can catch a big old fish that lives out there in the ocean. My mother would like it. She's quite a fisherman. She came to Alaska and spent some time with me and took her out and she caught a big salmon. Okay, this is a little dark sienna and Van Dyke brown. I want this to be quite dark still. And with this, we sort of form our rocks. Just see. There, but still quite dark. Quite dark. Yeah, we'll take a fan brush. I'm going to go into a little liquid white, a little titanium white, and then phthalo blue. I want this to be a little thinner than the paint that's already on the canvas. That's why I dipped it into the liquid white first. Okay, now let's go right up here. Now with this color, you can just quickly here put the indication of water just running right off this rock. Now if your paint doesn't want to stick, you can add a little paint thinner, a little more of the liquid white. Look at there. And at home, when you have a lot of time, you can set and really put a lot of these in. I just want to show you how right now. You can just go crazy. All kinds of beautiful little things. Okay, let's go right in here and begin laying in all kinds of little doers. Coming right up to the rocks. Leave some of these dark areas showing. Make it look like little foam things happening. Don't just cover it all. This is phthalo blue, titanium white, and it's picking up that dark color that's already there. And see, leave some of these dark areas and worry about shape. Create all kinds of little shapes. See, it's going right up the side there. See, leave little holes in it. Is that giving you the feeling of the ocean yet? Okay, and see how that makes it look like it's swirled? Don't keep beating it though. Hit it and get away from it. Hit it, get away from it. There. All kinds of little things. Now then, maybe in here we're going to have some sand and we want it to look wet. So, take a little white and I'm going to just sort of pull this. Now we put color on the canvas already here. Now then, directly under here, pull straight down. A little color. Straight down like that. And then lightly come across. I want to add at least a little touch of dark sienna to that. Give it a little more dirt feeling, like that. See there? And pull it down and go across, just like we're making reflections on a lake. That easy. Now, I'll take the paint thinner and go right into my blue color, and maybe there's a little ripple that lives. Yep, right there. See? And pull back some little lines. These should be basically straight. There we go. And that'll give it, just make it look like water there. Go into a little bit of the lavender color, and right underneath this here, just make a little line, a little dark line. And that'll help make it look like it's sort of standing up a little. That little line is very important. There we go. Now then, still have that lavender color on my liner brush. I'll just put some little things in here. Now you can just put all kinds of little things that are happening. Like so, wherever you want them. Okay, tell you what. There's a nice area over here. Let's put another happy stone. Use the Van Dyke brown again. pull it out very flat, that little roll of paint, and maybe this stone, yep, he lives right there. You knew that, didn't you? In your seascape, decide where you want stones to live. Put them wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. This is Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the dark sienna in it. Maybe it comes right on off the canvas there. There we go. Just let these things happen. Now I'm going to take a little yellow ochre, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, mix them very loose. Cut off a little roll of paint. Okay? Now then, by loose I mean don't overmix them. See? See, that way you get all these beautiful things. They happen. They happen automatically. You don't have to worry about them. Shoot, spend your time that you're going to thinking about composition. It's nice when you don't have to think about how to load that knife, and you can spend all your thinking time just thinking about your composition. That's when you really experience the joy of painting. Now then, a little bit of water right around his foots here. Now I'm going to take a little more of that phthalo blue and white, and let's have a little bit of water, maybe just dripping right off this rock. Here comes some. Look at that. And you can really work on the shape of your rocks doing this. Make all kinds of beautiful little things. It just goes on and on and on. There. Now then, paint thinner. I want to go back in here and I want to begin adding just some little details. Look at that. See, all these things really help you painting. All these little details. Spend some time. You know, they yell and scream at me here if I go over 30 minutes. But at home, you can do anything. Anything. Well, almost anything. There. And down in here, you can put all kinds of little... And these little details are what really make your seascape pretty. Little foamy patterns all over. Little things. You could put a little sandpiper or two in here. Look at that. There. I think that'll show you how to do a pretty nice little seascape. I think you'll like doing that one. Let's sign this one. I'll dip right into my liquid clear, use the liner brush, and we'll sign him right here. Sincerely hope you've enjoyed this seascape. If you can do this one, you can do a million. Spend some time, devote a little time to practice, and you too can experience the joy of painting. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd do a very nice little seascape. I've got a lot of letters from people asking me for a simple little seascape that anyone can do. So I thought we'd do that today. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. For this, I have my standard old canvas. I use an 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas, but you use whatever size you want. I took a piece of contact paper and cut an oval out. Now, to cut the oval out, you can use something like an X-Acto knife or a pair of scissors. It doesn't matter. Stuck the oval onto the canvas, covered the inside with black gesso. Just totally covered it with black gesso. Allowed that to dry completely. Now on top of that, on the sky up here, I've taken Prussian blue and black. I think I'll make a stormy looking sea today, so I want something very dark and very moody. Just Prussian blue and black and covered the entire top. On the bottom, I've used a little bit of black, sap green, and Prussian blue. So on the bottom, I just put a little bit of sap green. Otherwise, it's the same as the top. So you could do the whole thing, add a little sap green at the bottom, just to give it a little watery feel. And with that, let's just start off and have some fun. We'll take off today with the old 2-inch brush and a little bit, just a small amount of titanium white. We don't need much paint. Not much, just a little. Just old titanium white. And let's go right up in here. And now with that, let's just put in some basic little cloud things that are happening up here. And I'm just using the corner of the brush and just making like little X's. Just sort of let the brush play and just have fun up here. See, it takes very little paint though, very little, because we have the color underneath. When you touch it with white, that color comes alive. Just absolutely comes alive. There. And we just sort of have to think and make up in our mind where does our big old clouds live? These are big old fluffy, big old tough clouds, storm clouds maybe. And we just sort of dance them in here and there and here, wherever you think they should be. There. See, it's very, very easy to do this. Very easy. Maybe there's another big old cloud that lives right here. You can tap in a few, use just the corner making X's. Any way that you sort of get an effect that you're looking for. There. Then we're going to come back and we're going to blend all of these. So even these areas that are very dark will end up with a little bit of paint in them. This black canvases are so fantastic because it allows you to make effects that, they're almost unreal, and they're easy to do. Very easy to do. There we go. And maybe a little color right in here. Now then, let me wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before. You know, that's really the fun part of this whole technique, is just washing the brush. So we'll scrub the old brush with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Now, be sure your brush is as dry as you can get it. And then we can go up here and very lightly just begin blending this. Now you can blend it to any degree of darkness that you want. In other words, the more that you blend it, it's going to mix with the color that's already on the canvas, and it'll get darker and darker and darker. And you can always go back and add a little more of the white, and we may do that just to highlight some of the clouds. So don't worry about it. As you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents sometimes. And by that, we just mean that very soon you begin to be able to work with anything that happens, and you can turn it into something that's exciting and wonderful. There's nothing bad that happens on this canvas. The absolute worst thing that could happen is that you take the paint off that you put on, reuse the canvas, and do the painting over. But even then, you've still learned, and any time that you learn from practice, it's not wasted. All right, I just use the same old brush. I want to add a little more white. I think we're going to brighten up our clouds a little. And as I say, in your world, you make them as bright or as dull as you want them. It's up to you. Up to you, depending on the mood that you want. There, just the corner of the brush and just little tiny things like that. See there? For the purposes of TV, I think maybe we'll make them a little bit brighter so you can see them better. But maybe when you do yours, you just want very quiet, little gentle clouds. I have several brushes here. I'm going to grab another one that's nice and clean and dry so I can just blend that out a little. There we go. Maybe. Yep, you're right. We'll do this one here a little bit too. But this is one of the simplest, easiest ways that I have ever found to make very effective little clouds. And it works. That's what's so important. It works. There. But just think about little things that are floating around here in the clouds and just put them in. Just put them in. I'm going back to the clean brush. Like that. And very lightly, just blend it a little. Just blend it a little. I don't want to blend it too much. Just don't want it to go away. There. And you can do this, as I say, as many times as you desire. Some people want clouds that are very distinct. It's easy to do. You just do this as many times as you want till it gets there. Till it gets to where you want it. Boy, that's a mean looking old cloud there. That's one of them old clouds that'll bring you a thunderstorm in a heartbeat. All right. I live in Florida, right close to Mickey Mouse's house, and we have a lot of thunderstorms sometimes, especially in the summer. There's a period there where almost every day we have a fantastic thunderstorm. I sort of like them because it has a beautiful sound to it. And when it's over, everything is clean and fresh and beautiful again. It's like God sort of washes the whole landscape. There. Okay. But that easy. We have a pretty nice little sky. Some nice clouds, no problem at all. And as I say, even if you've never painted, this is one that you can do. Now here, I had just a piece of old masking tape because it helps me have a nice straight line across there. That's the only reason I have it on there. So we'll just take it off, and we have a very straight horizon now. And with that, we can begin to really play. Let me wash the brush. It's been a while. Just like to wash it. There we go. We're in business now. Now then, where we had that piece of tape, might need to add just a little bit of color. So we'll take a little sap green, a little black and blue, and we'll just bring that color right up there, something like that. I know you probably can't see that, because I can't either. But we know now that there's paint all the way up to that line. All right, now then, let's use the old filbert brush a little bit. Put a little bit of titanium white on it. And let's just sort of lay out our basic wave shape. This is one of the easiest ways that I've ever found to sort of lay out your wave so you know where it's going to go. Just take a little paint, because it doesn't matter. Anything you don't like, you can just wipe it out and lay out a basic wave shape here. Maybe the old wave comes over like that, goes off, and back in here, there's another old wave, wherever you want them. And back in here, we'll just have little ones. See, and that wave will crash over in that direction. Does that help? We just sort of put a little line in there so it helps you see how the water is going to go. But that easy. Now then, wash the old filbert brush up. I'm going to grab, maybe today I'll use a number 3 fan brush. Sometimes I use a 3, sometimes a 6, whatever happens to be available. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Now then, a little bit of white paint on it. Pick up a little touch of blue and put in there. There. All right. Now then, let's start way back in here and just touch. And let me exaggerate. I'm doing a rocking motion. Think about water. Do-do, do-do, do, like that. Now I'm really exaggerating because I'm doing it very small. Something about like so. See there? And automatically, that'll begin to create the illusion of little things that are happening back there. All right. Now, if this is going to be our wave, just take and go zoop, right across like that. There. And while we have paint on the brush, we'll bring this right on down, over, like that. All right. Now then, wipe all the excess paint you can get off the brush. Or you could even wash it and start with a fresh brush. Now then, I want to take this color that we put right on the edge here and begin blending it back very gently, very lightly. Just begin blending it back. Trying to preserve a dark area right in there. Just trying to preserve that. That's your good friend. See there? And those dark areas will end up being your waves. There they come. Something about like that. And we'll come back with the liner brush and we'll put all kinds of little details in there. But this is just an extremely, extremely simple way of making a very effective little wave. Very effective. Because Seascapes sometimes can give you a little problem or two. They're not the easiest thing in the world to paint. So we try to simplify it to where anybody can do it, even on their first attempt. I'm going to take a little of the cad yellow, a little bit of white, just mix it on the filbert brush right there, like that. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, everybody likes to have this wave where the light's coming through. Some people call that the eye of the wave. So we'll take this and scrub it in.
Just really get in there and scrub it in. Just really work it. Let it just get darker and darker, darker as it works out like that. Okay, that's really about all there is to it. And you can make this as bright as you want it, the same as you did the clouds, by just cleaning the brush, going back and adding more and more color. Now then, we'll take a very clean, dry brush, and using just the tippy top bristles, I'm just going to wiggle it. I'm really wiggling the handle more than I am the bristles. See, the handle's going around and around, but the bristles stay right there. Can you see that good? There. And that's all we're doing. And you can turn this into, it's so smooth, it's almost unbelievable. And then just work outward, outward, outward. There. I don't want this to get too bright in this particular painting, because in my world, I think this is sort of like a storm coming. It's getting pretty rough out here. So there wouldn't be a great deal of light coming through here. But if you want to have more, please, please feel free to do it. We're not trying to teach you to copy here. We're only trying to teach you a technique and turn you loose on the world. Because as I've said before, we all see nature through different eyes, and we all have different interpretations of what things look like. And that may truly be the joy of painting, is that you do your thing. You paint your world the way that you see it and the way that you want it on canvas. There, because art is a very, very individual thing. We all have different ideas of what we want. And they're all good. There's no good or bad. It's just, does it make you happy? I have still the number 3 fan brush, since it was handy and dirty. Load it with a white paint. Now then, this is the fun part. Let's think about the water just crashing over. Make little sounds. Just make little sounds. See? There. There it comes. Just think about how it crashes over. This old wave has traveled a long way, and it finally got here at the shore, and now it's crashing over. It's going to create a lot of foam. Makes a beautiful sound. Beautiful sound. There. Something about like that is all we need for now. Now we'll take a filbert brush and take a little bit of black, a little bit of the Prussian blue, and a touch of white. There we go. So I'm making sort of a, put some alizarin crimson there too. I want that to be more of a, ooh, that's nice, more of a lavender type color. But lavender to the blue side. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, we'll take this brush and let's put the shadow. We're putting the shadow in first for the foam. There it comes. Oh, water's turning and crashing and churning, and boy, it's just having a ball back here. There. All right. I have 2 filbert brushes going here, so I can sort of work back and forth without having to stop and clean them each time. They're not as much fun to clean as the big brushes, so we'll have a couple of them. Something about like that. Now then, we can go right up to the top of that shadow, and we can put the indication in here of some nice foam. Each time you load your brush, wipe it off, get it nice and clean, or at least wipe off the excess paint. Then go back and reload it. There, wiping it. A little bit more paint. Then we can come back with fresh paint and just keep right on splashing here. Just sort of tapers off into nothing. Shoot, oh, we got that. Maybe back in here, some little splashes that are happening. This is pretty rough water, so we need some little doers that are going on back in here. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's even a little bit in here. Not as much, not as strong, because we want the center of interest to still be in here. There. Now, good dry 2-inch brush, or you could use a 1-inch brush for this if you're a little more comfortable with it. Makes no difference. And once again, we want to blend this together so it's as soft as silk. Just like so. There. Something about like it. And I beat the brush just to knock off excess paint. And sometimes in our world, take a little Van Dyke brown, little bit of the dark sienna, maybe even a little black, mix them together. Maybe in our world, way back in the background, let's go up here. Maybe there's a little headland up here. You know, just a little projection of land that comes out into the water. Something about like so. It's very dark, it's very far away, but we can still make it out back here. And take a little bit of white and put in there to make a little highlight. Same color, I'm just adding a little white to it. So here and there we can see just a little indication of things that are going on. There. Like that. Now we have to wash the old brush. Go back to our white paint, pick up a little, and now I'm going to just splash a little water right up here on this headland. There, something about like so. Maybe you can even see a little here and there. See, it's really splashing right there. Maybe there's some big rocks in the water, we don't know. Just makes it very interesting and very pretty. Now then, going back to the old filbert. I like the old filbert today. It doesn't matter, you can use anything. And we can begin putting in the indication here of all kinds of little foam patterns, and this water's churning pretty hard here, so we're going to have a lot of little things that are going on. There. Now this is where you really bring your little seascape together. All of these little things that are happening. There we go. As I say, this is a very, very simple little seascape. This is one I'd recommend when you first start. And as you work farther and farther, you can do seascapes that, my gosh, you won't even believe. But this is a good way to get started, to get a feel for it. Just to get a feel for it. There we go. We have so many fantastic people all over the country that are painting. They're painting scenes that they never believed possible. And maybe more interesting is their family and friends didn't believe they could ever do it. That's nice when I've got letters from young friends' mothers that said, my son or daughter is painting, and they're doing paintings that I can't hardly believe, and they've never had any lessons other than watching the show on television. And from that, they become very interested in art. They begin to experience a little success. And as you probably know, nothing in the world breeds success like success. So if you have a few good experiences with painting, then you sort of get hooked on it. So try these paintings that aren't too difficult at first. Become comfortable with them, and then as you become comfortable, go into more difficult things. I've taken a little bit of paint thinner, mixed it with some titanium white and a little bit of the Prussian blue. Have the liner brush, very thin paint. Fill the bristles full. Let's go up in here. Now we can come back and begin putting the icing on the cake. You can just put all these little things in here. This is what gives your painting character. It looks like a lot of detail in it. And if you have time, you can sit and do this and make all kinds of gorgeous effects. Gorgeous, gorgeous effects. And this is really what will make your seascape special. Very, very special. There. See there? Just little things that are happening where the water's splashing and playing and having fun. But we're using that same stroke, sort of a rocking stroke. Now you have sort of a weird angle here, and it looks a little strange, but it'll look right for you. By the weird angle, I mean the camera gives it a little angle. This looks a little higher than it really is. All right. And we can bring things all down through here and put details in the water. There. As you paint more and more seascapes, spend more time studying foam patterns. That may be the hardest part of painting seascapes. These little foam patterns here, though, are what make or break a seascape. These are just dropped in very easily. But as you paint more, you'll want to put more and more detail into them. There we go. You can get carried away with this and just make some of the most gorgeous scenes. There. Maybe something about like that.
Sometimes it's nice to take the least little touch of that white we had with a little bit of yellow in it, thin it down with a little paint thinner. And you can come back and just highlight this, just to make it sparkle a little. Don't overdo. This is too dark of a painting for this to be real bright. Now then, also another thing that can be done that's very easy, find old filbert here that's half clean. You can take that dark color, some blue and black, a little green, and you can come back up in here with the filbert and you can literally just punch holes in the foam. See? You can just punch holes in it wherever you think it should be. So it looks like there's openings in there. So if you get a little more foam pattern here than you want, just go back and punch a hole here and there. That's all. That's all. No big deal. As I said earlier, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Now then, I'm going to take the contact paper off and let's see what we have here. So this is the moment of truth. So let's just grab it, pull it off. Zoop. And that doesn't make too bad of a little seascape for your first time, or if you're just beginning to paint. It's a nice little seascape. But you know me, I don't ever leave well enough alone. So tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little black, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, mix it together here. And maybe in our world, shoot, that's too nice to leave alone. I got to have a big tree that lives right there. Be brave. This is your bravery test. After you work so hard to create a beautiful little seascape, then this crazy guy tells you to drag a tree right through it. You know what's worse? The only thing worse than one tree is two trees. So let's be brave. Let's be brave, because we can do anything on this piece of canvas. Anything. A little sap green right into that same color. I'm going to put a little base color in here. I need something for my little trees to set on. They're sort of just hanging out here in space. So same color with a little sap green in it, just to give it some dark so our light will show. Shoot, I'll use that little fan brush. I'm going to take it, a little dark sienna in it, and black, but mostly black. I want this to be sort of a gray color with just an indication of a little dark sienna in it. So, now, we can just go up here and touch, give it sort of a little round pull. Just touch. Don't want this to be too bright, because we have a pretty dark sky here. Pretty old dark sky. Just enough to show a little indication of light on this old tree. That's how we sort of separate them. But when you do this, pull it sort of round. By round, I mean like that. And once again, I'm exaggerating. But it'll give the tree sort of a round effect. Okay. See how easy that is? And then, let's take some paint thinner. And I'm going to go right into the midnight black. I want a lot of black color, but I want it to be very, very thin. Very thin, because you know our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. I've got paint all the way up, halfway up the handle of the brush here, but that's all right. It's all right. But the paint is very thin. And maybe there's some old palm leaves laying out here and blowing in the wind. This is the easiest way I've ever found of making them. Just use a very thin paint. Figure out basically where you want them to be, and then just give them a little pull. Something like so. There. What old palm trees had a rough time, ain't they? There. Where I live, there's a lot of palm trees. They're gorgeous. Gorgeous trees. I like them. There. Maybe there's just a little rascal's hanging up here. He's trying to make it. The wind's sort of blowing him around today. But he's doing all right. We'll have a big one out here. Maybe he goes clean off the canvas. Who knows? It's your world, so you make it any way that you want it. Another one out here. Maybe there's another one coming out through here. Out through there, wherever. These are going to be mainly silhouettes. Mainly a little sap green, a little white. And here and there, you can just put the indication of a little, I don't want much. It's going to ruin that illusion of darkness. All right.
Grab another fan brush, take a little yellow, a little sap green, put it right in here. Pretty dark. And let's put some little grassy areas down here at the foot. Pretty dark green color. A little dark sienna in it once in a while. Just to do like that. We can take a liner brush, a little bit of color, put in a few little things that hang like that, just to bring it together. And I think we have a nice little seascape done. It's very simple. I hope you try it, because this one will work for me. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, and I think you'll enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas. The top is just plain, and I've covered it with a little bit of liquid white. The bottom we've covered with black gesso, allowed that to dry completely, and then I went back and I had to make some major decisions already. I'm going to have a big crashing wave in here. So where that wave is, I've put a little bit of phthalo green and phthalo blue mixed together, but it's to the green side. The top and underneath here I've covered with a little lavender made from alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And the very bottom here I put a little Van Dyke brown. All of these colors are transparent enough that against this black gesso they still look black. Oh, and one other thing. I covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid clear before I put these transparent colors on. And that allows you to put a very small amount of paint on there instead of having to put it on so thick. And works better. Okay, let's have some fun today. Let's do something maybe that looks sort of like a little sunset. I'm going to start with a tiny bit of the Indian yellow. Don't need much. On the 2-inch brush, just a little. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe we'll have a little sun up here that's setting in the distance. So we'll just start off and just drop a little yellow right in here. Little bit of the Indian yellow. Something like so. And without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a little yellow ochre. Just a small amount. Because it'll mix with the liquid white, and automatically you'll get all of these beautiful tones and values here. Okay, maybe a little bit of that yellow ochre up above. A little up above, a little down below. There we are. All right. And we're just using little X's, little crisscross strokes. Something about like so. Maybe just a touch more of that. We'll let that sort of drift right on up here into the sky. Wherever. Okay, now then. I'll reach up here and grab the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Still in the same old brush. And we'll just work a little bit of that in. And we'll sort of let it work down into the yellow. And it'll blend together and makes beautiful, beautiful colors. There. Okay, now. Maybe at least a little touch more of that. Okay, good, good. I like that. Now for the very top, I'm going to take alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue. And we'll just mix them on the brush because we don't need much. And we'll come right up in here. Maybe we'll put a little more blue. I want that a little more to the bluish side. So you sort of test it, and if it's not exactly what you want, change it, because this is your world. And on this piece of canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. We'll bring it right down to the red and stop. There we are. See, that red acts as a barrier between the yellow and the blue, and that way we don't end up with a bright green sky. Sometimes those bright green skies have a tendency to bother you. All right. That's the fun part of this. Of course, the camera crew here doesn't think so. Now with a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry. You want to keep this as dry as possible. I want to just blend all this together, starting in the light area and working outward. There we are. These are the kind of colors that just make you happy. They really make your day better when you have all these beautiful little colors. And you blend this till you can't tell where one color starts and the next color stops. And when you're doing this at home, sort of step back and take a look-see, because it's very difficult if you're standing right up against it to tell if your colors are blended properly. So stand back, get the old glass of iced tea, and just relax for a second and look at it. And if it needs more blending, then go back and blend it a little more. Tell you what, let's have some more fun. We get crazy. I'm take a little of the bright red, very small amount though. We don't need much. Just tap a little into the brush. Just a very small amount. And let's go right in here. And let's put a nice warm glow right here at the horizon. Something maybe about like that. Just little pink, little pink. And by tapping, we can give the indication maybe there's a little cloud-looking thing there. Whatever, there we are. And then blend it. Good. And that'll look like a little pink area right at the horizon when we're done. Okay, let's get crazy today. I'm gonna make some lavender using some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, proportionately, much more crimson than blue. Much more crimson than blue. All right, wipe off the knife. Now it's very difficult to tell what color that is because it's going to look black. Put a little white out there and mix it, and you can see what it's going to value down to, or what it's going to look like when you put it up on the canvas. Great. Today, let's use the old fan brush. What the heck? We'll take the fan brush and put just a small amount of color on it because it's very dark. We don't need a lot of color. Just a little. And let's go up in here. And maybe in our world there live some happy little clouds that just float around all day. Just take the corner of the brush and begin creating basic cloud shapes. But don't just throw them in at random. Make a basic shape when you do this. There we are. Something like that. Maybe there's some little stringy ones right down here at the horizon. Little stringy clouds. There. Maybe over here there's one that comes drifting in. Give them a friend here. Just however many you want in your world. Sort of look at it, make a big decision, and decide where you think they should be. Watch here, watch here. I want to show you something. Take your finger. Look here. Take a little white. Let's have a sun up here. Let's have a little sun. I think it would really work nice in this particular painting. And just blend it a little bit. Now let's have a little cloud that lives right here. Right there, just a little floater. There he is. He floats right around the sun here. Really, he has the view of a lifetime right here because he can see everything. He's got the best light here. There. Okay, maybe he's got a friend that maybe it floats right around here. I think everything needs a friend, even an old cloud. Shoot. Gotta give him a friend too. Maybe this one comes right out. It comes right across the sun. But make up little stories about these little clouds and characters and whatever you have in your paintings. There. Speaking of little characters, in this series several times I've showed you my little squirrels. I want to show you another one. I'm just going to make a few clouds here while you're looking at these little rascals. But I think you really enjoy them. They're some of my special people. Here's one. He was on my settee one day, and I had some magazines out. And he had to sneak up and look at the magazines. And there's a fox, if you can see it, on that Florida wildlife. And it sort of shook him up. I think he recognized the picture of that fox and knew he was sort of a natural enemy. But he did his little war dance and got out of there. But when squirrels get excited, it's easy to tell because their little tails will just go crazy. I mean, they will do a dance. And that's so cute. There. Isn't he something else? And I have 2 males and 2 females. Shoot, who knows? Maybe pretty soon we'll have some little squirrels if they calm down enough. There we are. And we're still putting in some little clouds here while you're watching the little rascals. All right. Shoot, we just going cloud crazy here. I tell you what, let's really get crazy. Here's a big one that lives up here. Maybe there's an old big one up here. Still just using the corner of the fan brush. And just let these old clouds float around the sky. Clouds should look very free. But you do need to do a basic cloud shape when you do this. In classes, sometimes I see people just bang a shape up there and then they don't understand why it didn't turn into a cloud. You do have to do a basic shape. Then we'll just blend it a little bit. I want these clouds to remain quite dark today. So we're not going to do a whole bunch more to them other than blend them, soften the edges, and leave them alone. There. All right, I live in Florida, right outside of Orlando, where Mickey Mouse's house is at. And I'm not far from the ocean. I go down and study the ocean, or that's the excuse I use. Actually, I'm down there sort of playing and enjoying a few rays, but I act like I'm studying it and watch how water works. But if you have time to do that, or if you're close enough to an ocean to do it, it's a super way of learning how to make it all work and come together. If you don't, you can get books, or now they have videotapes that you can sit and study. You can see exactly how that water works, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There. All right, now all we're going to do today is just blend that a little bit. Just blend it. See there? That easy. Now these little stringy ones, all you have to do is just blend over the top of them. And they work just fantastic. They just sort of drop right in there. All right. And sometimes I like to play a little bit with clouds and maybe have a little projection in one that's, maybe this little projection is coming out a little more. So you can do that just by putting a little change of value in there. All right. Then we'll just blend that a little. It'll help give that illusion that sort of projecting out when it's all done. And if you ever do one you don't like, you just blend it into the other clouds. It'll just go away. There. I just beat the brush to knock any excess paint off. All right. Okay, let's wash this old brush. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner, shake them off, and just beat the devil out of them. Okay, I have a little piece of masking tape across here so we have a nice straight horizon line. Now then, right along there, I'm going to take a little of my lavender color because I didn't cover it naturally because there was masking tape there, and just fill that in. Now, we're in business. As I mentioned earlier, we had to make a major decision in this particular painting when we first started, so we know where the wave's going to be in this one, because I wanted a little bit of green in there. So I'll take a little touch of the titanium white. We just use a fan brush and come right up in here. Let's make our first decision. Let's say our wave lives right there and over, and maybe it'll just sort of float on out like that. Okay? That's really the only big major decision that we have to make at this point. And we'll go back in here, start right at the horizon, and I'm going to exaggerate. I'm making little strokes like that. So it'll look like little things are happening way back here. Now the white's going to pick up that nice lavender color that's already on the canvas. All these little things will happen. As you get closer to you, leave more of these darker areas. Don't kill them all. This begins to work and it gets to be fun, and you have a tendency just to knock them all out. Don't kill them all. They're going to end up being your good friends here. There we are. Okay, let me wipe some of the paint off that brush. Now we can begin. Yeah, I better clean it. Now we can begin. I want to blend some of this back a little bit. Just blend it back so it looks like there's little troughs between them and these ones that are right up close here. There. Okay, we'll come back and drop some highlights on those in a little bit, and that'll separate them, really make them nice. There we go. Now then, and that gives us a background already. Okay, now maybe our wave's going to turn right over like that. So let's go in here. We could use a filbert for that, and it doesn't matter. Filbert, fan, whatever. Take a least little touch of the cad yellow with white, just titanium white. But the least little bit of the cad yellow in it, just enough to give it a tiny little yellowish hue. Then we can go up in here. If this is going to be the eye or the transparency in our wave, whatever you want to call it, make a big decision and really get in there and scrub some of that color in. Just scrub it in. There. And we'll sort of let it just sort of work back a little bit as light plays through there. Now see, that's going to pick up that phthalo green and phthalo blue that we put in. And beautiful things will happen automatically. And we'll take a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. It's most important. Take it and go right in here. And it's going to look like the whole brush is moving. It's not. The hair stays in one place. There you can see it. See how slow? Only I'm going to do it quite rapidly. But the brush is barely moving. You just wind it up, mix it up, stir it, and you can make this as smooth as silk. Just absolutely as smooth as silk. It's unbelievable the effects that you can create using these tools that are quite unorthodox. But look at that. See that glow beginning to appear? There. And it's so easy. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush if you wanted to. Now we begin thinking about shape and form and how that old water is working in here. There we are. Already we're beginning to have some of the basic things in here that we need. Okay. Maybe while we have that old brush going, here's our sun, it's shining through here, and down underneath here, we're going to have some light reflecting. I'll take some of that same color, go underneath here, and just pull it straight down. Straight down. Like so. I know you're saying, Bob, you've really messed it up this time. And you may be right. We'll see. Then go across like that. And it'll create that illusion of wetness and a sheen coming across the water. The light's reflecting across there. See, already you can see how wet that is. This is going to be we'll have a beach up here. And already we have wet sand laying up there. Okay, I have several old fan brushes going here. Let me grab another one. We'll take a little white. Now then, up in here, this is the fun part. We have to make a big decision. Maybe our waves come in here and going, got to make those little noises. Grab it and pull it. Just pull it. There. Just let that turn and crash. Now if you pull this down too far, well, let's see if I'll just do it. Take a clean fan brush and you can grab it. This one's okay, but I just want to show you how, because this happens. You can take a clean fan brush, grab it, and pull it back up. You see that? I don't know if you can see it or not, but see how you can pull it right back up. And you can pull that darkness back into the light, or you can pull the light into the darkness. Either way that you want to go. Up to you. That's a good little thing to know, because sometimes you get into little problems and where you pull too much light, and that'll save you. Okay, let's take a little white, a little bit of that lavender color, a little bit of the blue. I want it to the bluish side. A little of that green too. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Let's go up in here and let's throw this in to create the illusion of a nice shadow in our foam. There it comes, right on around. Shoot, maybe it just crashes over there a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. When you do your seascape, you figure out where it crashes over and where the waves deteriorated to the point it's collapsing. Let's see, while we have lavender and that old fan brush, let's have some fun. You know me, I like to get crazy with these. I like to get crazy. Take a little lavender color. Maybe way back here, there's a little headland that pokes his head way out in here. We can just put that on with a fan brush. There, bumps. There. Okay, and we'll let it come right down there a little way so it's not just setting right on the horizon. It's setting a little bit down. And maybe a little darker color while we have it going. Maybe right in here, there's a bigger one. It's a little closer, so it's darker, and there's more detail in it, of course. Shoot, who knows? Maybe it goes way on up like that. And this is still just that same lavender color, a little bit more to the blue side now. There we go. And we can take a little bit of white, a little bright red. There we are. Just mix them on the brush. So we have the lavender, bright red, little white. And we can go up in here and just by tapping, just tapping with a fan brush. I don't want this to be too distinct yet. As it gets closer, we're going to see more. Right here, I just want to make some basic little shapes. Make these little stones look like they're setting right out here. But all you have to do is just tap with a fan brush and form your stones. Form them. Don't just tap, though. Think about all the little cracks and stuff in that stone. And with a clean brush, very gently, 3 hairs and some air, you can grab that and make it look just like a little rock. Be careful to pay attention to angles, though, when you're blending that with that big brush, and barely touch it. Just whisper light. Now then we'll take a little white on the old fan brush, and maybe there's some little foam. Well, we could have used a filbert for that too. It will work just as well. Little foam splashing right along in there. I like to make, this is the fun part of making seascapes, is this foam. Just work it right around like that. There it goes. Maybe it comes right on around, I don't know, something like that. Maybe there's a little down there. But that'll give you an idea how easy that is. Pull a little bit of that over so you can see something collapsing in the background back here. See, there it goes. Now that one's crashing over also. And back to my fan brush that has the lavender colors on it. I'm going to add some Van Dyke brown and dark sienna to that same lavender color because things are getting closer to us now. And maybe in our world, we'll have a big stone lives right there. Big old stone. It comes right down. And we just fill that up. That's all you got to do. Maybe part of it's in front of the crashing wave. Okay, now, I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing them. We'll take a little titanium white, a little dark sienna. Just throw that in there. Maybe even a little bright red into it, not much. Now then, once again, by just tapping, you can literally shape these stones. Just tap. Make all kinds of little things in there. See, there's another stone. Comes right down. Take a nice, clean, dry brush, very lightly, touch it, pull. Touch it and pull. And if you want to pull a little of that color down, you can do that. But you can literally shape and form these stones doing just like this. Because stones sometimes are sort of hard to do when we first start. Now then, back to our brush that has a white on it. And we can crash a little more of this red up here on these, all these little doers. Just let it go. A little bit over in here, wherever you want it. Okay, now we got to start thinking about how this water is going to work in here. All these little things going on, little foam. But as it lays down over here, this gets flatter. See, just lays down. And maybe sometimes there's another little doer right in here. Little wave. There we go. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take a little of that lavender, mix it with some titanium white, and maybe right in here, see, I'll highlight that. And, shoot, let's put another one. We'll be brave here. We gotta, but just lay this on, pushing the knife very firmly. Very firmly. And if you want to get really crazy, maybe there's another one. Add a little of that phthalo blue to that, not much. Oh yeah, that helps. That helps. Maybe there's another one way out over here somewhere. There it goes. And all you're doing is laying on a little layer of paint. Then we can take a clean fan brush and blend that back. Just blend it back. Grab it and blend it back. Let it work. There. But you can make all kinds of beautiful little effects, just like so. With our liner brush, we'll take a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe right up here there's an old tree. Poor old tree. Maybe there's just some arms hanging out here. It just about had it. Times are rough up here. Fan brush, I'm going to take a little sap green, a little yellow. Let's pop in a little grass down here around his foot. We want a little grass in there. Then you can take your liner brush at home and put in all kinds of little details here. See, there's a little line right around there. But begin putting in all kinds of little lines and foamy things. Little yellow and white. And you go back in here and begin highlighting all these little waves like that. See? Choo, choo, choo. There. And with that, we about have a finished seascape. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. So I think we'll call that one finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little seascape. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, and I'll show you how easy you can do one of those. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done. I have my regular old canvas up here, except today I've covered the bottom part of it here and up the side with black gesso, and I've allowed that to dry completely. And after it's dry, be sure it's dry. It takes about 30-40 minutes for it to dry. And it's totally different now than liquid black. This is black gesso, which is an acrylic. Then we've taken transparent color. I've put a little alizarin crimson and dark sienna mixture in here, and a little sap green and brown down in here. And down here is just a little brown. The white part we've covered, as usual, with liquid white. So it's completely wet and ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. I'm gonna start out with the old 2-inch brush, and we'll go into at least a little touch of the Indian yellow. Just a small amount. And we'll go right up here. And let's just dance in a happy little sky today. Let's do a seascape that's very bright and shiny and pretty. And there we go. Little cad yellow. I'm going to just vary the yellows here. Started with Indian yellow. Now we're into cad yellow. Shoot, and I'm going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. And yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. It's very pretty. Very pretty color. I like that. There. And we just let it just come right on around, maybe something like that. Wherever, just make some decisions. Then we'll take a little of the bright red. And we have not cleaned the brush yet. I like these kind of paintings where I don't have to clean the brush much. I'm sort of a lazy painter. There. But by allowing these colors to blend on the brush and on the canvas, you get a multitude of different values and colors rather than just one old flat color. Shoot. Put some excitement in your world. There we go. I'll tell you what, let's just paint it all the way down here to the water line. This is just a little piece of masking tape I have across here, just to keep the water line straight. There. Sometimes my hand's a little shaky, so I need all the help I can get. So we just use a little piece of masking tape, and you don't have to have it there if you don't want it. Just makes it a little easier. I'm going to gently, gently blend all these together. Maybe I'll put a little of that color on the brush up here too, just to fill in the sky. But just blend it all together so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. And you can make this brighter or duller or whatever. Okay. Now then, let me grab another brush. I have several brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. I'm going to go right into a little titanium white, pure titanium white. And right up here, I'm going to put a little of this white. I want to make a bright spot in this sky. And it won't look all that bright at this point, but it will when we get a little further along. There. Just really give a nice sparkle up here. Okay. Now maybe, I didn't realize how much I said that till a little boy one day, about 10 years old, began mocking me. He was walking around saying, maybe. All right, I'm gonna make up a little lavender color here using alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Much, much more crimson than blue. Something like so. Let me clean off the old knife. And well, here's a dirty brush. We'll just use that. It has a little of that sky color on it. I'm just going to tap the bristles into that. Just tap a little bit, like so. And let's go up in here and let's make some nice little clouds that just float around and have fun all day. Just sort of wind them up and put them in there, see? There. Okay. Wherever you think they should be. We'll just have them come right over here. This is going to be a big cliff, I think. A big rocky thing lives right there. Just drop it in. All right. There we go. And by using these little twisting or circular patterns here, it creates a multitude of little things happening up here. It's not just a flat old dead sky. A lot of nice things going on. There. Okay. Maybe we'll come right over in here. And I'm just going to put clouds all over the sky like this. Okay, there we are. Maybe it comes right down. Just load a little more color. There. Maybe there's a little protrusion right out here, wherever you want them. There. I tell you what, when I'm doing this, because this is going to take just a second, I want to show you one of my little characters that's living with me now. I have 3 little baby squirrels that I'm raising, and they're the cutest little devils, and we took a little video of them, and I want to share that with you while I'm doing this. And I won't do anything I don't tell you about what that's coming on there. Now these are tiny little baby ones. They're just beginning to get a little fur. And I've had them now since just after their eyes opened. And these little rascals are hungry continually. So I thought I'd show you how we feed them. And to do that, I just use a little syringe with a little nipple on the end of it. And it's just like going to the doctor and getting you shot when it's feeding time here. We fill her up. And normally though, when you see a syringe coming at you, it sort of scares you a little bit. But in this case, when my little friends here see a syringe coming at them, they get excited. This just makes their whole day. And it's hard to get them to eat, as you can see. And I think they'll eat about every 15 minutes if you'd feed them. As I say, I have 3 of those little rascals now, and they live with me. And my mother and I and Nancy, we all take care of these little devils, and they're gonna soon be big enough to turn loose and let them go. There. I'm just putting in a few little clouds down here while you're watching the little squirrels. Still just using the corner of the brush and just making little circular patterns, just around and around and around we go. Just sort of stir it up. Just stir it up. That's all we're trying to do at this point. But we don't want a lot of paint on the canvas. All we're looking for is a little stain. There. And sometimes you can just decide where it should be a little darker, a little lighter, or shoot, maybe there's even a little projection that comes right out through there. See? That easy, just by tapping. You can make all those little things. Okay? I'm grabbing another clean brush. This is clean, has nothing on it. It's very dry. And with that, you can just begin blending this now to any degree of softness or harshness that you want. Just blend it. Aren't those little squirrels cute? I really like those little devils. And they're so much fun. And you spend a little time with one of these, and it certainly makes you appreciate nature and all of God's wisdom when He created these little characters, because you get addicted to them. Especially my young friends. I have a lot of children that live around where I live, and I let them come over and help me feed the little squirrels and look at them and hold them. I think everybody should have the opportunity to make friends with a little guy like that. If you do, you'll certainly have a greater appreciation of nature and all the little things that are running around that we don't pay a lot of attention to. There we go. Now then, just knocking off the excess paint, and then very gently, we can just blend that. But isn't that a fantastic way of making a sky that's, ooh, sun was gonna jump out and get you. And you can do that. All right, time to wash your brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes just with odorless thinner. And just beat the devil out of them. Maybe I'll wash two. I dirtied up several while we were doing that. That's double your pleasure. Okay, now the little piece of masking tape right here. Let's take it off. See, now that leaves you with a very, very straight and smooth horizon. But there was no color into this. I'll take a little bit of the crimson and little dark sienna. I'm just going to, probably this won't even show up, but I'm just scrubbing a little transparent color on there, just bringing that all together. This is just the crimson and little dark sienna. There, right up to the waterline. Okay, and just sort of blend it together. All right. Now then, we have to make some big major decisions here. You know me, I like to have these big crashing waves. I don't like just doing these little subdued waves, but if you like those, you can do those the same way as we do the little waves in the back, very simply. Maybe in our world, our wave's gonna live right here. See, but you can take a fan brush or filbert brush and just make sort of a little outline of, there. That's gonna be our wave, right there. Now then, with a little touch of the titanium white, and I'm using the number 3 fan brush. I'm gonna go right up here to the horizon and just begin, and come up close right here. I'm just making strokes where I'm going like this. I'm really exaggerating, but like that. And I'm exaggerating. So, but it looks like little watery things back here. There. Okay, now that's one of the nicest, easiest, simplest little ways that I've ever found, just to make the indication of water back in there. I'm going to add the least little touch of cad yellow to my color right in here. Ooh, that's nice. That's beginning to sparkle a little bit more. See, it looks like light just shining right across there. There we go. This is just some background material. Now then, let me wash the old brush. Now the fun part, right in here, that's the eye of the wave. That's the eye of the wave. We'll just take some titanium white and just, as my son Steve says, just moosh it in there. Really push it in there hard. Okay, and you can do this several times, and if it gets like there's a lot of color underneath, remove that excess paint, and that remains there. That color remains there. And we can take a little more of our white, we'll add a little of the cad yellow to that.
and go right back in here. See there? And each time you do that, it'll get lighter in value. Or you can take a rag or something and just wipe that out, whichever way you'd like to do it. And maybe it comes right on back, like so. Just scrub it in. Now then, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And I'm only going to use the top corner. And you put it there, and you just sort of wind it up. Just wiggle it. There. And you can make this as smooth as silk. So smooth. But there's not a lot of movement. It's just, you're sort of just going around in little tight circles. There we go. And then begin thinking about how you want your water to flow. There. Knock off that excess paint. That's an easy way of just about getting your brush clean without going through that whole procedure. There. Okay. Let me find a fan brush here. Got several of them going. Maybe in our world, we want to have this water crashing over. So grab it and pull. Think about the angle though. Angles are very important. Very important. Think about that water. Make those little noises. That really helps. There. Just think about it crashing over. And that's all that we need at this point. Now if you want to bring some of that dark back with a clean brush, you can just grab it and lift it upward. And that'll very gently blend it all together. See there? And you can work back and forth till you get it exactly the way that you want it. Okay, let me go back and get my little number 3 fan brush. I like this little fan brush. It's good for making little foamy things and stuff like that. I'm going to take a little white, and I'm going into that nice lavender color we used in the sky. So it makes sort of a medium value lavender. Okay, let's go back up in here. Now then, let's start thinking about having some nice foam out here. And I'm just using the corner of the fan brush. And once again, you could do this with a filbert just as well. The little number 6 filbert brush would work just as well. I just happen to have this, so we'll use it. And all we're doing here is putting in some shadows, some nice dark areas for the foam. But think about the water churning and bubbling and splashing and carrying on, crashing. Maybe it comes right over here, I don't know. Wherever you want it. Okay, let me wash that old brush. I like to do seascapes. They're a lot of fun, and they'll force you to study water and how it moves and churns and etc. Go to the ocean or get a video or photographs of water and just study. If you don't live near the ocean, then look in books and videos and stuff like that, and you can see all of this. Now I've got just titanium white, and I'm going right up here on the top of this darker color, and we're just gonna take the fan brush here and scrub in a little highlight. Wipe the brush off when you load it so you have nice clean color. There. Just wiping it on a paper towel in between. Think about that water hitting and splashing and churning. And, make up little stories and sounds in your mind and just let it happen. Let it happen. There. Okay, now then back to our large brush. And I use the large brush only because it seems to have a little more hair in it and it blends better. You could do this with a 1-inch brush if you would like. I'm sort of hung up on this old big brush, but try them both, see which one works the best for you. And that's the one you ought to use. Okay, maybe over here, a little bit right in here too. Just that nice churning. Maybe there's even a little splashing down like that. Whatever. Whatever. There. And that old water is coming down through here. And we'll just begin. I'm going to add the least little touch of phthalo blue into that color. A little bluish. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. I like that. Begin thinking about how your water is coming up, right up in this transparency or the eye,
It's just phthalo blue and white once again. There. Maybe it comes down here and think about shape though. And maybe there's a nice, maybe there's something right here. But let that water come up and fall over. We're creating a trough or a valley in here. Okay, here it comes. There. Just wherever. A little bit more of the phthalo blue and white. There. But just let that splash and curl. Big things coming down through here. This is what gives shape and form to your wave. I tell you, maybe even in here, let's just use the corner of the brush. Maybe the water is splashing, crashing right along in here, and there may be another little splasher in there. Who knows? This is your world, so you can do anything that you want to do. Anything that you want to do. Then we take a large brush and just sort of blend that together. Now we're beginning to get into a little bit of that sap green and Van Dyke brown and stuff that's down here. Okay. All right, let me get the liner brush out. I like that little liner brush. And we'll take that. I'm going to go into a little bit of that same lavender color that had a little white in it. Same color we have up here. And let's just sort of highlight this edge here with a little color. Make it nice and firm. And then begin putting in some little shapes. Just some little doers in there that create all the little shapes and stuff that you want in here. Paint thinner with a little color. That's all I have here. Using a little of that blue and white in here. And this is where you can begin putting in all kinds of little details. And at home you have unlimited time. You can really sit and make beautiful little things in here. Put all those little details. Okay, there. And while I've got that going, maybe back in here you can see all these little doers. Little titanium white with paint thinner on it to highlight some of the brighter ones where you think light would hit. There. And as I say, this is what gives it, these little details is what really will make your seascape spectacular. Now then. Okay. Reach down in here, get a little touch more of that paint thinner. Just let some of these little things wiggle and jiggle and your hand shake. I've had people write and tell me they had a little nervous twitch in their hand. They had a hard time painting. Sometimes that's a very valuable asset. Use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. There. Okay, tell you what, let's have some fun. Now, this big ledge up here, I've already covered that with a little bit of brown as I mentioned earlier. So let's take a little, we'll grab a little dark sienna, grab a little white, alizarin crimson. Just sort of mix those loosely. I'm just going to mix them on the brush, maybe even a little touch of the yellow ochre, not much, just a little. Okay, just on the fan brush. Let's go up here. And then let's begin thinking about shapes here. And all you have to do is just tap. Just take the fan brush and tap. It's really all it amounts to. And you can begin forming your rocks just by tapping. Just tap. And here and there you can add a little light color wherever you think a light would strike and bounce and play. There. And leave some dark areas in here. Those dark areas will end up being big holes in the rocks. A little place for the seagulls to go in. And they gotta have a place to build a nest. And in Alaska we have little puffins. They're one of the cutest little birds God's ever made. Looks like their beak's too big for their head. Beautiful little birds. But just form these, just like so. And you could do this with a knife. I just want to show you several different ways of doing it. But the knife will work very well for making very nice rock effects. There. Try to stand out of the way so you can see there. Maybe this comes right on down into here somewhere. Like so. Let's see, I got several fan brushes going. Let me get another one here. I want a rock on the other side too. Right there. I bet you knew I was going to put a rock here, didn't you? I always like big rocks and big trees in my paintings. Just sort of decide how you think that old rock should live in there and drop it in. Okay, and we can take some of that color, come right along in here. And once again, just, this is a nice way of outlining and forming your stones and rocks. There. I want this one to remain quite dark so it doesn't distract too much. There we go. Now you can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and very gently, just caress it. Just caress it. And it'll blend all that together and make it nice and smooth, and it looks like beautiful stones then. But very, very gently. One here and some air. One here and some air. There. A little bit of our phthalo blue and white. And we'll have a little splash coming around down through here. Shoot, maybe there's even a little water dripping down. You could do this with a liner brush or the fan brush. Just whatever. And maybe there's even a right there. Look at there. Just let that come right on back. Like so. See, and just bring it all together. And then a little bit in the foreground. These seascapes are not near as hard as they look. You really can do these. Maybe let's get crazy. We have a second left here, so we'll put a little stone right here too. I just like to have stones all out in the water. Think it really, I like it. It just enhances my paintings. A little bit of the nice highlight color. And let's see here. We could take a liner brush, a little of that phthalo blue and white, and paint thinner. Thin it down, and you can literally have water dripping right off these rocks, just like so. See? And let some of this just put all these little things in. It's a super way, though, of making very effective little seascapes like this. There. Okay. A little bit right in there. And you just make decisions where you think the water would be churning and splashing maybe all around this rock. Just using the corner of the fan brush, though. It's all we're using. All back in here, there would be, we'll have some churning back against that big rock. Little misty areas. Like so. And you can just keep on and on and on. But there comes a time when we have to stop. I tell you what, we'll just take a little touch of dark color. Maybe we'll put one little lonely bird up here. Little M bird. And I think with that, we'll call this old painting finished. Hope this gives you an idea of doing a fantastic seascape at home. If you give it a try, you will love it. And I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. If you have time, drop us a line. Let us know if you like the show. Send us some pictures of what you're doing, okay? From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a little seascape, one that's real easy, and I believe you're going to enjoy it. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you this crazy canvas I got up here today. Today I've taken my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but I've painted the top with alizarin crimson acrylic. Let me say that again. It's acrylic on top, and the bottom is black gesso. Then I've covered the entire thing with a very thin coat of the liquid clear. Down here on the bottom, I've taken a little Prussian blue and sap green and ran across just a little bit. And down here a little brown made from alizarin crimson and sap green. So there's brown on the bottom, there's sort of a blue-green here, and this just has clear on it, and we'll play. All right, just getting the introduction there was a biggie. Let's take a little titanium white, then I'm going to come right around here, get a little bit of the midnight black, and I'm going to make a gray color, just white and black, or black and white, whatever your preference. Now then, let's go right up in here, and I'm just going to dance in a few little areas here and there. Just a light gray color. I don't want to cover up all this red, but here and there I want to have just some little indications. The white is very opaque, but if you get it thin enough, the red will still show through and it'll give a reddish hue to our painting, at least in the sky. There. Something about like that. That's basically all we're looking for. Just some little indications here and there. All right. Once again, I don't want to kill all this red. I want it to come through the color. So you need to really thin it out. And because the liquid clear is on there, you can get this very thin and it'll work out for you very nicely. There. Now, while I have the old brush going, I'm going to take a very, very small amount of phthalo blue. Just a little bit on the old 2-inch brush. Very small amount. I just want to tint the sky here and there with a little phthalo blue. Not much, not much. Be careful. Once again, I don't want to lose this reddish aura that we have through the entire painting. Just want to add a little blue here and there. But once again, not much. Maybe a little right down in here. Just wherever, and we'll sort of play back and forth as we work. Now then. Okay, time to wash the old brush, because that's the fun part. I just really look for excuses to wash the brush. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. There we go. Let's build this today a happy little cloud. I'm going to take a little titanium white right on the old 2-inch brush, same old brush. And let's go up in here and let's just drop in indication of some little clouds that live up in here. Maybe wherever, it doesn't much matter. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should be. Just some basic little shapes. Okay, be right back. I'm going to grab a blender brush here. This is a very, very soft little blender brush. It allows you just to blend these things together. That easy. That easy. All right. See how easy it is to make a fantastic little cloud? You can do this. All you need is a little practice, the right equipment, and off you go. Okay. That's what makes this style of painting so unique and so wonderful, is that anybody can do it. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth. You can create a beautiful painting. Yeah, you can do it. All right, maybe another little happy cloud lives right here. Notice we're doing them in layers though. Now then, back to my little blender. La, 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 and there we are. Just blend it away, wherever you want it to go. There. See, but this keeps the edge nice and firm there by doing it in layers. So don't get greedy. I know, it gets good, and you don't want to stop. You want to do them all at one time. But take your time, take your time. Just try to do one at a time. There. Maybe. I'm just letting this sort of dance around. Maybe it comes right out here. Wherever. We're going to have some big clouds in the sky today. So you just decide where you want them and drop them in. It's really that easy. Just tap them in. Maybe there's even a little bit goes off in here somewhere. Back to our little blender. That's all I'm doing, just picking up the blender. And then we'll begin putting these together. Just blend them away very softly. We're going to have a monster sky in this one, I can tell. There.
Little blender brush though. It's so soft you can go right over the paint without mixing it all up. There we go. I want to just feather those edges out till they're very quiet. You almost don't see them. They just sort of disappear. There we are. About like that. That's all we need. That's all we need. Already that's looking like a pretty nice little sky. I like to do skies like this. They're a lot of fun. A little more white. I'm not stopping yet. I think we'll just put another happy little cloud in there. Maybe it comes around like that. Goes off. You make a decision. In your world, you decide where everything lives. The clouds, the sky, little birds. There. I'm just going to put another cloud here. You know, in one of the earlier shows, a couple of the earlier shows, I showed one of my little baby squirrels that I'm raising right now. And we've had so many people write and say, I want to see him again. So I'm going to put up a little bit of footage here and let you just check out my little squirrel. This is the one we call Peapod Jr. because he sort of likes to live in my shirt too. Yeah, isn't he a mess? I love these little rascals. They're so much fun to feed and to play with and to work with. It creates a whole new awareness of nature when you work with little animals like this. Probably in every town nearly in the country, there are people who work with injured and orphaned animals. And this is where I get all these little animals that you see. I try to work with these people and help them out. Any way I can make their life a little easier. And they allow me to share just what you see right there. Some of God's little creatures. Isn't he adorable? By the time you see this, he'll be living out in my backyard. Because we do not keep these little animals. These are wild animals. And they're meant to live outside. And that's where we put them. But hopefully he'll hang around the backyard and allow me to continue to share his world for a little while. Look at there. He's not the neatest eater in the world, is he? But that's okay. Every year I raise several of these little rascals and turn them loose. There. Just gives you a good feeling. All I'm doing is just putting in some clouds while you're watching little Peapod Jr. there. All right. He wouldn't share either. You notice that? That's totally his. None of that's for me. Okay. I think we about have a little sky finish. I hope you enjoy watching those little critters because they really are fun and they're very important in my life. So I took a little touch of the phthalo blue and just added right there. Just a little touch. All right. Now, I have a little piece of masking tape here just to protect my horizon line. But that's the only reason it's there. A little touch more of the phthalo blue. I already have white on this little blender, so they'll just sort of mix together. Isn't that a wild sky? I bet there's a storm coming here. All right. Now then, I get to wash the old brush again. That's really all I wanted to do. We wash our brushes, as you know, in odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Okay. I'm going to take off this little piece of masking tape. See, now that way my horizon line is nice and straight and very even. And that was Prussian blue and sap green. I want to add just a touch more where the piece of tape was. There. Just adding a little bit more, like that. Okay, we're in business. I thought today, let's play a little bit. Seascapes give some people a hard time. They're not the easiest thing in the world to paint. So let's make a seascape that's a little easier to do today. We're going to use the small knife a lot. And I'm going to take a little roll of paint. And I'm going to start out by just figuring out basically here where my major wave will be. I want one big crasher wave. It comes right up here. Maybe it bends over like that. And maybe there's a little dooter there. And off sort of like that. That's really about all we're looking for. That's just a shape to tell us where the old big wave's going to live in our world. And back here, maybe there's a little wave that lives there. Putting a lot of pressure on the knife, bending it.
bending. If you don't get too crazy, knife's pretty strong. You're not going to break it. Now, I will take a number 3 fan brush. I'm going to use the small one today. And very gently, I just want to blend that back a little bit. Just enough to do that. See? We don't want to lose. It's the dark area right here that's important. Don't lose it. Hang on to it. It's a good friend. Just blend a little bit of that color back. Just a little. See? Don't get too crazy. I know. It gets nice. And a little bit in here, a little bit there. Now then, tell you what, while I have that little brush going, I'll take a little more titanium white. And back in here, I'm just going to put some little indications of some little strokes that will make it look like little distant waves far, far away. Something about like so. We're not too worried about these. We'll sort of put them together with the liner brush when we put detail in there. There. But that's really about all we need. It gives the indication that something's happening back here. Other than that, not too worried. There. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take some more titanium white. And I'm getting a little roll of paint on the knife, right down the edge. It lives way out there. Now we said that this water was going to come around here like this. So all we're going to do, just touch and give a little pull. Give a little pull. Like that. There. That's going to be the top of that wave. Grab my little number 3 fan brush again. And I'm just going to barely touch this and give it a little tiny pull over like so. And that's about all I'm going to do to that. Now, we need an eye in the wave, or as it's commonly known, the pretty part. We'll take a little titanium white and go right up in here and just begin rubbing with a knife. Just rub it like that. See? That's all you have to do is rub it. It'll get as smooth. I'm going to take a little bit of the cadmium yellow, a little white, and I'm going to put a little touch right in here and rub that. There. Looks like sunlight just zipping right through there. Just like so. But already, see, it's beginning to give the impression of a wave. It's that easy. Okay. Take a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, proportionally much more crimson than the blue. All right. Let's grab a little white and put in there so I can see what color I've got. Ooh, I like that. I like that color. Nice one. Sometimes it just works. Wonderful. And we'll come right in here and we'll put a little indication, maybe a shadow. There, and just rub it in. It's going to mix with that color that's on the canvas automatically. Automatically. This old crasher wave goes right up here and breaks the horizon. There we go. Just splash it up in the sky. About like that. We don't know where it's going yet. We'll make that decision in a little while. Take a little phthalo blue, a little bit of white. There. And we'll just make a nice bluish color, maybe a little darker than that. About like that. That's pretty nice. I like that color. All right. There. Now we have several different values we can use. And we could begin thinking about maybe there's a little deuter that comes right there. I know, that didn't make any sense yet. Watch. Watch. It'll come. Here comes the water coming right down. We can just put all kinds of little things in there. Just blend them together. This knife will do fantastic things if you just give it a chance. Just rub it. I like to do entire paintings using nothing but the knife when I'm at home. But that's hard to do on television with the limited time frame that we have. But you can do the entire painting with nothing but the knife. You really can. All right. Take a little bit of the titanium white. Just want to make it look like that water's beginning to fall over. Something about like so. Now then, let's take, I'm just using the knife here, and I'm just going to touch it and let that water splash and churn and crash as it comes over. Just boom. Make little sound effects when you do this. It really helps. Get you in the mood. Think about a day at the ocean. Shoot, if you don't live close to the ocean, then just sort of imagine it. Painting is imagination anyway. It's imagination that you can see. There. But that easy, you can make the indication of just a happy little foam wave crashing, churning. There it comes. All right, we need something for that to be a hitting on there. Let's take some of our browns, Van Dyke, dark sienna, mixed together. Throw some black in there too. I want it dark. Maybe, yeah. Let's put us a nice rock right here. There it is. Just a big old happy rock. Gotta have something for all this to splash on. There I go making them noises again. I'm sorry, I get carried away making noises. If you was to record me at home when I'm painting by myself, people would think you're nuts. I sit around all by myself in a big old empty house and make weird little noises. But they say, you know that Bob, he's a painter. Painters are sort of strange, so it's okay. Take a little black, a little white, a little brown, mixed all together. There. Now I want to come right in here, and I'm still just using the knife. Just going to sort of put the indication of a stone here. I have to keep wiping the knife off. Just wipe off the excess paint. Then just by rubbing it, you can begin to create the illusion of all kinds of things happening here. And painting is nothing more than games of illusion. That's really all it is. On a flat surface, you make it look like there's depth and dimension. That's what it's all about. We'll take a little white, a little touch of the phthalo blue, not much, and very gently, just begin bringing these two together. Just churning and fighting and crashing and carrying on there. There we are. Something about like that. All right. Now, let's find, there's one. I'm going to take a little Indian yellow, some white, and just mix them together. Indian yellow is a very bright yellow. Let's go up in here. Maybe, shoot, right there. We'll put some reflection right in the water. About like that. Now, if you start in the brightest area and work out, automatically it'll pick up that color underneath and get darker and darker as it works out. A little more color, lightest area, and then we work outward. That easy. See, it gets darker and darker automatically. Now we'll go across, just like we're making reflections, because that's what it is. It's just a reflected color. Now already it looks wet. Like it. Now then, time to start having some fun here. Take a little white, a little blue, and maybe firm pressure right along in here. Like that. Firm pressure. There we go. Really get in there and work it. But isn't that a neat way to make a little seascape? And as I say, if you've had trouble with seascapes before, this might be the answer to your problem, because it's very simple, it works. Put another little deuter out there. Firm pressure. I want that nice edge to be there. And you need to wipe the knife continually, get the paint off. There. Running around something like that. A few of these little deuters, we can bring them See, it's up to you. You make the decisions. You make the decisions wherever you want them to be. All right. Just all kinds of little things happening in here. You can pick up a little of that color and bring it down. It creates the way the water is going to flow. That easy. All right. I get carried away when I do these because I like them. I like to do these little rascals. And I like to paint with a knife. It's really, as I say, when you're at home, you can paint entire paintings using nothing but the knife. Try it. You'll like it. I'm going to take a little more of the blue and white. Once again, our little roll of paint, I want one more of those little dooders. Lives right here. Something about like that. So it just goes right on off the canvas. Gives it a little more depth. And put a few little things. Now we can take our little fan brush and very gently just grab that and pull it back right across the water there. See? Just pull it back. Just grab that color. That needs to go pretty straight. You don't want your water to look like it's running up side of a mountain or something. It needs to go fairly straight. All right. But isn't that a super simple little way of making a very effective seascape? I think you'll like that one. Try it. And I'd love to hear from you. You know, if you have time, drop me a line. Send me a photograph of your paintings. My gosh, we get some of the most beautiful photographs. People are doing all over the country. Marvelous, marvelous paintings. I want to brighten that so it stands out. Looks like the water's coming over a little bit. There, a little bit in there. It's up to you. You decide where all these little rascals live. We can splash a few little more things up in here. Don't want to get this too crazy. Up in here. There. All right. As I mentioned, we could take the script liner brush, a little paint thinner. I'm using white with a touch of, just a touch of phthalo blue in it. And here and there and there. You can get in here and put in some details. Just put in all kinds of little waves and things that make your seascape really special, fantastic looking. But that easy. Just thin the paint down with paint thinner, and then it'll slide right over here. There, see? Once again, I think this is one of the easiest seascapes we've ever come up with. It's a lot of fun to do, and you really can do this one. We'll have a little doer, it just comes right down the wave there. Anywhere you want them. There we go. And you can put as much detail in your world as you want. Or you can stop right there, you know, right where it was. Take a little of that lavender color, and I just want to highlight right around the edge of that. That little dark line will help set everything off. And even under here, if you put a dark line, it'll make it project up. Just put a dark line under all those little things right like that. And I think we'll take a little red and we'll sign this one. I'm going to call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little seascape. It's a lot of fun, and I'd love to see what you're doing. If you do have time, send me a picture. Until next time, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting? Well, let's get started. Okay, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting. They'll come across as usual in the same order that I have them on the palette. While they're doing that, let's go up here and talk a second. I've done something a little different today. I have my standard 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, but I've covered the top with liquid white and the bottom with liquid clear. Now that's just a clear medium. It's just like the liquid white on it. It's clear. I'm going to do a little seascape day, and I want my dark color to stay dark, so we put the clear in here. So let's get started. I'm going to take off with a little bit of Prussian blue. A little Prussian blue. Into that, the tiniest little bit of black. Midnight Black, Prussian Blue. Let's go up here. Now, using the little crisscross strokes, I want to just drop in a happy little sky. And let's have some beautiful clouds in this sky. So we'll just leave some general shapes where we put a little cloud. There we go. Just something like that. Just happy little sky. Doesn't take you but a second when you're using a big old 2-inch brush. Now then, I'm going to use the same old dirty brush, go right into some of the Midnight Black, reach down here, and I grabbed a little bit of the bright red. So I have Midnight Black and bright red. Just mix them on the brush. Let's go right up here. And maybe there's a big old cloud and he lives right there. We'll put the shadow in first and then we'll come back and we'll drop in some of the shiny stuff, some highlights. Let's start off with the shadow. All right. Tell you what, I'm just going to reach over here and grab a 1-inch brush. Go right into titanium white with the least little touch of bright red again. Little sunshine color. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Let's go right here. Now then, just lay in your basic little cloud shape using tiny, tiny little circles. See there? Just let these little rascals just float around in your world. Let them float around. All right in here, there's another happy little cloud. And in your painting, you put as many or as few clouds as you want. There we go. Now, we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and we'll just sort of stir this up. Just sort of mix it using tiny little circles with the top corner of the brush. Tiny little circles. Like that. Okay. We'll knock off the excess paint and we'll fluff this cloud. Just grab it, lift it, fluff it up. Isn't that a fantastic way to make a happy little cloud? Happy big cloud. That's a son of a gun. All right. Now maybe in this painting, tell you what, I'll wash a brush here real quick. Shake it off. And redecorate the studio. Maybe in this painting, let's have a big mountain. We'll really have some fun. We'll have a mountain made out of black and blue. Black and blue. This is Prussian blue. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, maybe this old mountain lives right up in the clouds here. There he goes. There's a bump there. Just make your mountain however you want him. Maybe this one sort of leans over. When he was just a little hill, maybe somebody stepped on him, pushed him. See, he's got sort of a bend on him. What the heck? Scrape off all the excess paint. Just really, see there? Get tough with it. You can probably hear how hard I'm scraping the canvas. There we go. Now then, take a 2-inch brush and very lightly, see there, just pull it out and let it just blend right into the liquid white. Just like so. There we go. There we go. Isn't that super? Now then, let's take, we'll use some titanium white, pull it out very flat, and we need that little roll of paint. Always get that little roll of paint and go right up here and begin laying in some highlights. No pressure at all. Look at that. Look at that. Just sort of let it flow together. Over here, grab it. Zoom. See how you can make that old mountain just curve right around in there? Look at that. Let that paint break. No pressure. Can't say that enough times. There it goes. Okay. Take the little edge of the knife. We'll put a little right there. Maybe even some right in there. Wherever you want it. Sort of just look at your mountain and decide where you think light would strike. We'll take a little bit of phthalo blue and white, and with that, we'll just mix us up a shadow color. That's a little bit too bright, so I'll put a little black in it. That'll dull it. There, that's much better, okay? Now then, begin picking out the shadows here. Look at that, bring it right on through. Just let all these things just happen. Right over in here, there's a little shadow and it goes right off in there. Just sort of bring that together. See how you can create all those beautiful, beautiful effects? I knew you could do it. Knew you could do it. All right, wherever you want a little thing. Right in here, we need a little shadow. There. Okay. Okay. Clean, dry brush. Follow the angles. We want to create a misty appearance. Just tap. Just following those angles. Over here, we go in this direction. There we are. Clean, dry brush. Lift upward. Just lift it upward. Like so. Over here, follow those angles. Always follow the angles in your mountain. It's most important. Well, we got a wild looking mountain there already. Okay, now down here we have the liquid clear. So let's just add some nice dark color. I'm gonna go right into the blue. This is Prussian blue, and let's take some alizarin crimson and add to it. So we got Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to make a big decision here. Where's your water line going to be? I think it should be right there. Try to keep this fairly straight. If your water line is not straight, your water is going to run right off in the floor. And then you're going to be angry. There we go. Maybe I'll put some more crimson in there. Yeah, there we go. Now we have sort of a lavenderish color. Boy, that's pretty. But see, now if you had liquid white up there, when you did this, you would pick up the liquid white and you would lose all your values. Now then, we have to make some decisions. Let me show you. I'll just take a little filbert brush here. Come right up here. We have to decide where we're going to have this major wave. So just take a little filbert, and you can just sort of sketch it in. And maybe it comes right along in here somewhere, comes up here and crashes over. Boom. Right there. Shoot, we'll have another one over here, wherever you want it. In these areas, if we're going to have two little crashers, that's technical talk, two little crashers, then we want to have a little light area in there. So we want to save that area. That's one of the reasons I use that liquid clear, is so we can save the transparency. Now the rest of it we can just fill in with a very dark color, just like so. That easy. Okay, we got that rascal in there. Now then, I'm going to go into a little touch of phthalo green, right on the same old dirty brush. Ooh, a little too much green. There, that's better. I want some. See, now don't kill that area. It's going to be transparent. Good, right up into there. We can come up in here. And all we're doing here is just blocking in some color. We're not looking for a great deal of detail or anything else at this point. We'll do that in a little bit. Just laying some color on the canvas. Well, that looks like a wild mess there already. Okay. Let me grab my fan brush. Now let's begin putting some swells back here. We'll just go right into titanium white. Load that brush full of paint. Full of paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, right in here, I'm just going to begin just barely touching the canvas. Don't kill all the little dark areas, just sort of back and forth. See, leave some of them little dark areas. And right in here, we'll have, there we go. There's a nice one. There's a nice one. Maybe right along in there, another one. And I'll wipe off the excess paint. And very lightly here, I'm going to grab this and begin pulling it. See? Just pull it. Pull it. Look at that. See, that picks up all that beautiful color we have underneath. And look at all the little things that are happening. Isn't that super? Did you know you could do a seascape that easy? They don't have to be hard. Now then, come right along this wave, put a little of that in, and pull it back. Look at that, look at that. See, and that creates the little swells. We'll bring it down. You could say, this is a swell painting. Now you know why I paint instead of being a comedian. There we go. And that blocks all that in for us. Now let's go back to our little number 6 filbert. And I'm going to take titanium white, just pick it up with a brush, and the least little touch of the cad yellow. Titanium white, cad yellow. Load a lot of paint on your brush. Let's go back up here. If your little transparency or your eye is going to be right here, then drop it in. Ooh, isn't that pretty? Let it come down and begin picking up some of this color. See? Let it begin picking up some of that green that we put in. All right. Now, over here, we decided maybe right here, there's going to be another one. Let me move over a little. And it's going to come right through there. Like that, there. All right. Now we can take a clean 2-inch brush and we want to just blend this all together so it's very smooth. Look at there. Now we'll do the other one. Now you can begin creating the shape of this wave just by pulling down with a brush. Same thing over here. Same thing. And grab another fan brush. And I have several brushes going so I don't have to stop and continually clean them. We'll take a little of that dark color. This is blue, a little phthalo green. And where this is going to be crashing, we need some dark in here. Need that dark in here so our light color will show. Got to put the dark in so the light will show. Look at there. And we were going to have one over here too. Put that dark in. All right. We got it. Okay, get that brush all cleaned up. Now then, we can come right along the top of this. This is just the old filbert with a little white and yellow on it. We want a nice highlight up on top of that. You could do that with a fan brush. In fact, let's do it with a fan brush. See there? Just smooth that. But leave that little bright ridge on there. That's pretty. That's pretty. Okay, now then, let's take a little titanium white on the fan brush and come right up here and let this crash right over. Make little noises, little sounds. Okay. Look at that. And over here, there's some more. That easy, that easy. Okay. Now then, we'll take some of this lavender color. That's alizarin crimson and the blue mixed together. And we'll put a little touch of white in it, like that. Good. Let's go up here. Now, right in here, we're gonna have some crash. So we gotta put the shadow in first. Want the shadow in first. Then we'll come back and add the nice bright area. There it is. Maybe it's really crashing up here. We'll just, over here, we want this one to have a little crash on it too. Okay, put the crash in. And then we can go back to our titanium white with a little bit of yellow in it, just a small amount. And let's come back in here and put some highlights on this. Push it, bend that brush. Just bend it. And all you're doing to start with is just laying it on. We'll come back with a clean brush and smooth it. Right now, just looking to get that, ooh, there we go. Get that nice shape in there. Just like so. Okay, a little bit over here. Same idea. Same idea. clean this brush up a little bit. And you want it good and dry. This brush needs to be dry to do this. I just have a paper towel. Now I'm going to just take the brush and rub it. Just bring all that together. See there? Don't let this get too light on you. It's almost a natural tendency to want to jump in there and make this all shiny and white. It doesn't work well. Okay. Now with a clean brush, very gently, just sort of mix that up a little bit. Okay. Give this a little crasher. Now then we can begin coming in here and begin making little foam patterns, little things that are just traveling right up the wave. This is where you shape the wave. Give him some personality. See there? And right on out. Over here too. Don't want him left out. See, you can create all kinds of little things. And in here, now this is be out of the shadow of the wave, so it'll be a little brighter. Just a little bit brighter. All kinds of little things. Now then, we need something for this big crashing wave to be hitting. I like to have stones in there. So I'll take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together, pull it out, get that little roll of paint on the knife. Need that. Okay, now, big stone lives right there. Right there. See there? Just drop him in. Now then, we'll take some dark sienna, some yellow ochre, and mix it together. I'll throw a little bit of bright red in there too. What the heck? Cut us off a little piece and go right up in here. No pressure. Just let this sort of graze that. Make that quite bright so you can see it well. All right, now we'll bring some water right around his little foots. See, just bring it all together. Bring it all together. Need these little foamy things in here. Tell you what, let's do. I'm gonna go right into a touch of the dark sienna, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and let's put some sand right here. We'll have some sand. Let it get lighter and lighter and lighter. Lighter and lighter, right up to the water. Maybe the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? Look at there. Fantastic. Fantastic. I knew you could do it. And clean the old brush up. Give it a good shake. And just beat the devil out of it. I get the biggest kick out of that. All right. I'm going to take a little paint thinner. Go right into this. This is phthalo blue and white. And let's go up in here and just begin adding a few little details. Just here and there. Just to sort of make some of these little things just sparkle. Just make them sparkle. Then with paint thinner, I'm going right into this is the titanium white with a little touch of cad yellow into it. And we just, with this, put a few little sparklers up here on the water. Don't get too many or you'll lose their effect. Just a few. You can overdo real easy. See, we'll put a few little things coming down the wave and down through here. There. All right, all right. Now then, more paint thinner. And picked up a little bit of dark color. I want to make a little line underneath the edge of my water here. Just a little line to set it off. Just to set it off. Then we can gently blend that. See how that makes it sort of set upward? Very nice. Okay, tell you what. Let's grab an old fan brush here. I'm going to go into some sap green. We'll grab some black and some brown, and we just make a a big old gooky color here. This is green, brown, black, all those good colors. A little more brown into it. Let's go up here. Maybe back in here, far away, there's some little trees that live. And we can make the indication of little distant trees just by tapping downward with the old fan brush. We're not looking for detail. It's too far away. When things are far away, you don't see a bunch of detail. There, I let that run right on out. Like that. Just to give the indication of trees far, far away. All right. Now we can take a 2-inch brush. I'm going to go right into dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, just tap some onto the brush here. And maybe underneath these little distant trees, there's a little bit of brown. Comes right down through there. Shoot, we might even have some nice cliffs. We can just lay them in with a brush and then highlight them. It doesn't matter. Comes right out. Isn't that neat? Maybe there's another one. And he lives there. Just like that. Okay. Now with another 2-inch brush, I'm going to go into yellow ochre and dark sienna. Just mix them on the brush. Okay, let's go right up in here. And I just want to tap some nice little highlights. Right on there. Make it look like little grassy things way back. Like that. Okay, and we can take the knife and we can firm these edges up here a little bit. Look at that. You can just put as many of them in there as you want. I'm going to grab the old fan brush. We'll take some yellow, sap green, a little yellow ochre. Just mix them together here. A lot of paint in the brush. Let's go back up here. Now then, maybe there's some little grassy things that grow right down these hills, right almost out to the water. A lot of nice color. Just let them come right on out. And this is where you create the lay of the land. See there? All those little things just happen. Just happen. Now let's put some little things. See here? We're going to make his sand wet, so pull that down, go across. Line our brush, and we'll go right into a little bit of blue and white. We want this paint to be as thin as water. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, maybe right along these edges here. See, we can clean up all those nice little edges. And here's a little ripple. He lives right there. And just let him go right on back. Just all kinds of little ripples happening. Like so. See there? And as many of them as you want. Okay. Tell you what. We need a couple of nice trees in there. We'll take some Van Dyke brown and some sap green. Just use the old 1-inch brush. Tree lives right there. Nice big bush. He lives right there. Okay. And we can highlight that. We'll use a little yellow, a little green. Okay, let's go back up here. And we need some leaves on this little tree. Don't want him to look naked out here. Put some clothes on him so he really sparkles. Look at that. That easy. That easy. Back in here, we'll just take a little white and clean up these edges so that it all comes together. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun. We'll take Van Dyke brown. We'll use this old filbert brush, and maybe there's a tree. You're right. He lives right there. Right there. Maybe he's got an old arm. Now, trees that live out here, let's give him a friend. Trees that live out here, boy, they catch the devil. I mean, this is some rough living. And we'll give him another little arm here and there, wherever. I'm going to take a little bit of the A little bit of the liquid black, put it on my palette, liner brush, and I added paint thinner to it so it's even a little bit thinner. And let's take, and we'll just put a couple of old tired arms out here on this, like so. There, see? Just an old tired arm. And with a fan brush, and we'll just use some green and brown. Let's put the indication of a few leaves out here. Well, not many. Most of them have already, boy, they got tired and quit. Just indication. This is a rough place to live right here. And I think with that, we've just about got a finished painting. The old clock on the wall tells me I have to leave you for this week, but I really hope you've enjoyed this one. Until next time, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little seascape that I think you're going to enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done. Today I have a smaller canvas than usual because I wanted one that's rectangular and quite long. So I have a 12-inch by 24-inch canvas. You use any size that you like. I just sort of like this for seascapes. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together, just a little of each, about half and half, and then I've just covered it, but once again, a very thin coat. So let's just start out and have some fun. We'll start with a little 2-inch brush. I'm going to a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just tap a little into the bristles. Notice we pull the paint out very flat so we can just pick up a little bit of it. You go up here in this big pile, you're going to get too much. Just a little. We just want a little, and we tap it into the bristles. That helps assure a nice even distribution of color all the way through it. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Let's just put in a happy little sky. Just something like so. All the way across. There. About like that. Doesn't much matter, wherever you want it. That's exactly where it should be. So we'll come down to about there. All right. And that's about enough, right there. Okay, we get to wash the brush already. As you know, that's my favorite part of the whole painting procedure, is just washing the brush. And shake it off, and we just create one big mess. Oh, that's fun. It really is. I'm going to go right into titanium white. I'm just tapping the brush right into just straight titanium white. I'll put the indication here, some little floater clouds that just live here. Isn't life wonderful? There we go. We have such a good time making these shows here. We've been making television here at the same studio now for well over 10 years, and these people have become very special friends to me. It's like coming home. There we are. Something about like that. And then we'll just sort of fluff them up a little bit. And go across. And that'll give us a little cloud way back in the distance. And let me find my knife. We'll take a little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue, mix it together. I want to make a lavender color, but sort of to the reddish side. There we are. Okay, wipe off the old knife. And shoot. Brush isn't too dirty. Maybe we can continue to use it, and I'll just go right in that color. And maybe we have some indications of some little lavender clouds that are right at the waterline. And we can just throw in some happy little things wherever you want them. Wherever, doesn't matter. Something about like that. There. We just let them maybe just float right on out to nothing over there. Oh, there's a big one. That happens sometime. There we go. And right on out. Then we'll fluff it, lift it, blend it, like that. And that'll give us the indication of some little clouds that live far, far away. And that's all we're looking for right now. It's just indications. There. All right. That's simple. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a very colorful little sky that's effective? All right, we get to wash the brush again. Shake off that paint thinner. Just cover everybody in the studio. All right, you can blend that a little if you want to, but we're not going to spend much time on the sky. I want to work more on the water today. Let's take. Oh, we'll go right into some phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. A little bit of black, just mix them together. And be right back. I'm going to get a little crimson. So we have phthalo blue, black, and crimson. There. And let's figure out, basically here, maybe, let's see, where we want our water line to be. I know that's probably not real straight. There. When you're painting, it's better to sort of step back and take a look-see. Sometimes when you're standing as close as I am here, it's very hard to tell if a line's straight, crooked, or in between. But let's say that's halfway straight. There. Now, I had a little more crimson right here on the edges. I want a little more crimson right there. Something about like that, maybe on both sides. In your world, you decide. Now, you're probably wondering why I put the liquid clear with the liquid white. Because when I did this, I didn't want it to turn light blue. I wanted it to stay quite dark. And if I had put liquid white only on there, as you know, it would have got much lighter in value. And I don't want that. I want it to stay quite dark. Makes it easier. There. All right. And we'll just bring that down to somewhere in there. It doesn't matter. You make the big decisions where all these things live in your world. There we go. Okay, let me just grab another brush so I don't have to waste all my time just cleaning. And I only pick up some of that lavender color that we made. That was alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue mixed together. And maybe right in here. Ooh, isn't that a pretty color? We'll just add a little bit of that. Thought we'd just do a little seascape today that's very colorful. And I have a confession to make. People always ask me, where do you get ideas for your paintings? When I was over in New Smyrna Beach the other day at my partner Annette's shop, she's got a little shop over there, and she was teaching this painting to some of her students, and I just fell in love with it. And I asked her for permission to show it to you on the program. So, Annette, thanks. I owe you one. There we go. And I probably won't do near as good a job on it as she does, but this is basically the way she does it. So, we'll try it. Wash the brush again. If nothing else, we're going to get a lot of practice washing the brush. Okay, we're ready. Let's find, we'll just use a little fan brush. It doesn't matter. One of the things I like to do when I do seascapes is figure out where my major wave is going to be, and then just take a little, you can use a filbert, or it doesn't matter, fan brush, whatever. And I just want to basically indicate in here where I think the major wave is going to live. And in my world, I think it's going to go right out through here and maybe crash over right there, and it'll just disappear. How's that? Nice, simple little painting. There we are. Okay. Now, go back into my white. Still using the same little fan brush. And maybe back in here, going straight in and just giving it a wiggle. Maybe there's a little splasher that lives back here in the background somewhere. Straight in and just make it wiggle up and down. See there? And that's all there is to it. Something about like that. And we can put the indication here and there and there and here. Just some little doers that live back here far away. There we are. A little more of the white. Strengthen that one a little. Yeah. It's a little closer. Okay. Something about like so. See, Annette does a lot of gorgeous paintings. I think her most fantastic thing is flowers. She does some of the most gorgeous flowers I've ever seen. I'm gonna get her on the show here one day, sooner or later, and get her to paint a flower for you. I think you'll be amazed. I'm not a very good flower painter, but she is dynamite. Dynamite. We'll talk her into it. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre and a little white. A little yellow ochre and white, like that. Just make me a nice little, sort of a gold color. And let's go up in here. This is going to be our little wave. Let's put a little bit of that color right in here. Like so. Something like that. Now, we'll get a little blender brush. And just begin blending that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. Now, you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you want to. It's up to you. You decide. You decide. Wherever you want it. But see, that blender brush just makes that soft as silk. Just so tender, so soft. There we go. Something about like that. Okay. Now, if you wanted to make it a little brighter, we'll just do it. Let me just pick up a little more of that same color. Same color. And maybe right in here we'll have it a little brighter. And just sort of smoosh it in, as Steve says. I don't know if that's a word or not, but when he uses it, everybody knows what he means. There we go. Something about like that. All right. And begin thinking about shape here. Okay. Now then, let's take, I have several little fan, I'm using number 3 fan brushes today, but it doesn't matter. You can use 3 or 6, whatever you have. Take a little dark color. This is just some black and some blue, a little crimson in it. And let's take, and I want to make this wave sort of crash over right here. Now, the only way to make that dark right there stand out, we're going to put a little light right behind it. But I want to lay that in first, get an idea where it's at. Go back to my fan brush. It has some of the lighter color in it. And let's come right behind it. And then gently blend that back. Thinking about how the wave goes up. Just need a little light area in there to make that rascal show up. See, here it comes. Here it comes, watch. This is one of the nicest little seascapes. And it works very well. Very well. There. Now then. Okay, I'll show you a little trick here. Take a little bit of dark color on a filbert. About like so. And we go up in here and see this little wave right here? This little crasher. You can push right up into there and just form it. That easy. That easy. Isn't it neat? It's another little trick Annette showed me. And it works very well. See, now it just makes a nice dark bottom. And it works that easy. Same thing over in here. You can put a little dark right in there. And we'll come back and put a little light and some foam on there, and that'll show up so nice. So nice. And we can put our foam in, well, tell you what, we can just use a little filbert, or you can use a fan brush, it doesn't matter. I picked up a filbert, so we'll use it. And let's go in here and think about some happy little splashes living right up here on top of this. Like so. Now I've picked up some blue, and I'm going to let that be the shadow as we come up in here. There we are. Okay, now wipe off the brush. Pick up a little bit of clean white. And we can highlight that. Just think about water crashing, smashing, having a good time up in here. There. All right. I like to paint water. I don't do it a lot, but I do like to paint it. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida, which is one of the most fantastic beaches in the world. There. Now then, let's take our little script liner brush. Take a little light blue. We'll use a little white. Paint thinner. Put a little bit of color on the brush. And we can go up in here and we can begin putting in all kinds of little doers that live up in here. Just begin applying them. There. And let these little foam patterns just work our way on out. Wherever you want them to go. Right up on top of that wave. Okay. A little more of the dark color. And I want to put a little dark edge right there. Just, we'll make that stand right out. Let that little rascal crash over. Some little things coming through there. Just take your time and play with these. They're a lot of fun. You can really just move the water every which way. Okay. Let's take the little knife. This is a small knife. I've got some white. It's got a small amount of blue, just enough to tin it. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here, and we're going to use a lot of pressure. Get in here and just, maybe there's a, see there? Really applying a lot of pressure though. There it goes back somewhere. We don't know where it goes. We'll take our little fan brush. It's pretty clean. It doesn't have much on it. And I want to grab that and pull it back. Back, 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 see? And that creates that illusion right there. That easy. Something about like so. Okay. That works well. Let's do another one. What the heck? In our world, there lives another little thing right in there. Here it comes. Here it comes. There. See? Just put it wherever you want it. Okay. Grab our little fan brush again, and once again, all you do is just go back with it. Just pull it backwards. There. And that creates all those little things that you want in there. Very simply. Very simply. You don't have to work at it hardly at all. And as you know, I'm a very lazy painter. I look for easy ways to do things. All right, let me get back into my liner brush with a little bit of paint that's been thinned with paint thinner. And we'll just put the indication here and there of just some little foam patterns. Something about like that. We're not too worried about it at this point. There, we'll make a little highlight right up on top of that so it continues on there. All right. Maybe back in here you can just highlight a few of these little rascals. Not going to worry too much about them. But just show some of them. Think about being down at the ocean, watching the waves come in. That's what makes it pretty. All right. Tell you what, there's a filbert. Let's have a rock. We'll use some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna just mixed together. And maybe in our world there lives right here, clump. Just drop it in. Big old stone lives right there. Right about here. We put some dark color in first just to make the base of it. And then we'll come back and put a little highlight on it here and there and there and here, wherever you want it. I'll pull a little of that color down, just a little. And we will take a 2-inch brush, grab it, pull down, something like so, and go across. That'll end up being a little reflection in the water when we get all finished. Okay, let's take some white paint, and we'll get some bright red. Bright red. I'm using the same old dirty filbert, I don't care. It doesn't matter. A little touch of the bright red, not much. Not much. And now let's just sort of highlight our stone. Just let a little color play through here. There we go. See there? Just sort of play them back and forth, dark and light. And you can actually sculpt this stone doing that. There. See there? Think about where all these little things would live. That easy. You can make it right in there. Something like so. We can go back to our small knife, a little bit of the white on it. And let's just put a little indication, a little water floating right around the bottom. And maybe, I got it, I know, watch. Right here, here it comes. Here's another little thing that lives right out here. Maybe it comes right on over there somewhere, who knows? Once again, we grab our fan brush and we just pull that back. That's simple, look at there. Just pull it back, like so. And we got all kinds of water here. We can take a filbert brush, take a little bit of that blue and black and crimson color, And we can just go back up in here and punch a few little holes in the surf. Just a few little indications. Some little dark areas. Makes it pretty. See there? There they are. Just a few. That's easier than trying to paint all the foam, is just to go in there and drop some in. Okay, lost my brush here for a second. Got so many brushes going, I lost one. I'm going to take a little bit of light blue, thin it down, and I want to put the indication here of maybe just a little ripple on the surface, a little wet sheen. There we go, something about like that. Just to give a little indication. All right, let's have some fun. I'm gonna grab a fan brush. We're gonna take a little bit of white. I know, lost it this time. I think maybe we'll have us a little sand dune lives right out here. Maybe it comes down, I don't know, wherever you want it. But allow it to pick up some of those colors that are underneath. There we go. Just a happy little sand dune. He just stays out here and watches the water all day. Has a good time. Great time. Grab another fan brush, take some sap green, a little bit of the brown color. I'm just gonna mix some colors together on my brush here. Sap green, some of the browns. Let's go up in here and let's just punch in the bottom. It's gonna be the bottom of, a little more color, of some little weeds live right in here. There we go. Always got these little things that live there. Okay. Maybe a few little doers in here, down here, I don't know. Just, all we're doing is pushing in some color here. All right. We'll go back and get our liner brush, put some paint thinner on it. And we're going to begin taking, we can start with a little bit of the green and brown. And I just want to lift these up, make some little sea oats out here. There we are. See, you just pull that color right on out of there. We'll do some dark color first. We're using green and brown here. Just pull them out. All right. A little more paint thinner. If your paint won't flow, add more paint thinner to it. There we go. And we'll do a little on this one and the next one and whatever. Take your brush, and you can literally grab a little bit of that base color and let it become the shadows. See there? Just let it mix right in there. It's all right. It's all right. That'll become your shadows, that green and brown. Makes nice little shadows. There. But don't want to kill all those nice colors you picked up from underneath. They become your good friend. Now, put all these little rascals in. All right, wherever. I'm going to go in now to yellow ochre. And just pop some right over the top of it. Now, when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can really play with these and put all kinds of gorgeous things. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, I got a mean old director. She has no sense of humor at all. But that's okay. We'll just put something in here real quick. And sometimes there's little things out here on the end. It's up to you. Now, no little seascape would be complete without a happy little palm tree in it. So we'll just use the fan brush, go into some Van Dyke brown, a little black. Just have a little dark color to make his trunk. And he lives in our world. He lives right there. Let's put a little crook down at the bottom. Old palm trees have a tendency to sort of get bent on the end there. Something about like that. Now, dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner. Still using brown and black. I want to thin the paint just a little, not a lot, just a little. And let's put in just some basic ideas here of some little leaves on this palm tree. There they go. Wherever. Maybe there's one down here. I want to have one that's coming right toward me. So we'll just sort of hang him out there like that. Here's one behind him. There's a nice little one. Okay, take a little bit of brown and white. Just want to touch this edge just a little. Then I'm going to take a fan brush and grab that and pull it around so it makes the trunk look round. All right. Take a little touch of yellow and green mixed together, and let's just take and highlight these just a little. Just a little. There. Here we go. Something about like that. Shoot, with that, we've got a little palm tree. But I wanted that limb to look like it comes right straight out toward me. You can use a liner brush, make a lot more detail, okay? I think with that, we'll call this little painting finished. Hope you've enjoyed it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. I thought maybe today we'd just do a fantastic little Seascapes. Very easy, and you can do it. Let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen there that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done. I thought today I'd put the little Seascape in an oval. So we have a piece of contact paper here that I just cut an oval out of, stuck it on the canvas. Then I took some black gesso and painted the bottom. The top I painted with gray gesso. And as you can see, I didn't do a very good job. It doesn't matter. Just sort of bring them together. Then I've covered the entire thing with liquid clear. And on the bottom here, I've put a little bit of phthalo blue and phthalo green. Phthalo blue and phthalo green right across here. And right down here, I'll have a little beach if it comes out right. So I'll put a little brown, a little Van Dyke brown right there. Now, Van Dyke brown is not a transparent color. It's semi-transparent, but it's transparent enough for what we're doing here. So let's have some fun today. I'm going to start out today with a little Indian yellow, just a very small amount. I use the Indian yellow because it's very transparent. So let's go right up in here, and let's just put a little bit of the Indian yellow right up here in the sky. Something about like that. Right over the gray gesso. And we'll come right down to the water. It doesn't matter if a little bit gets on the water. No big deal. No big deal. We don't care. This is just a fun painting, so you ought to enjoy it. About like that. Maybe a little yellow ochre now. Yellow ochre is not quite as transparent. So we'll put it right in here. I thought we'd make a painting that's very bright, very shiny, has a lot of color in it. Something that if you hang it in a room, it'll just brighten a room right up. I like paintings like that. There we go. Okay, all we're doing here is just basically putting a glaze on the canvas. Just a little transparent or semi-transparent color right over the gray gesso. Now then, I'm going to begin working with opaque colors. Now, opaque colors, that just means you can't see through them. White is very opaque. So I'm going to take a little of that and go right in here and just begin blending. Just begin blending. Now that's going to pick up the yellow that's on the canvas and blend right together. But it's going to make a nice little shiny spot there, like that's where our light's coming from. That's exactly what I'm looking for. You play with opaque and transparent color, and you can make all kinds of gorgeous effects. There. About like that. I'm going to take the least little touch of the bright red. Whew. I said least several times because bright red is a very strong color. Be careful with it. It'll eat up your whole world. Your whole world, but it is gorgeous. And see, the transparency of it allows that gesso to show through. So any little thing that happened there, it comes right out into your world. It's okay. Works. Works well. I'm just sort of jumping around from place to place here. Put in a few little things. I can. I'm going to make a little lavender color. I want some lavender. For that, we'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately. Many times more crimson than blue. That blue is strong, crimson is weak. Now you can't tell what color that is. It just looks black. So you take a little white and put with some and say, do you like that? No, I don't. So I'll change it. I'll put a little more crimson in it because this is our world and we can change it any way we want it. Now, I like that better. It's a little more to the reddish side and that's what I'm looking for. because it sort of goes along with what we have up here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a little, I'll just use a little blender brush. I want a little blue up here. Phthalo blue. Just a very small amount. Very small amount. I'm just going to dance that in right in there. Just a little. There. Add a little white to it, and then it'll sparkle. It'll jump right out at you. But once again, we're working with opaque and transparent color. And you create some gorgeous effects that I don't know how to achieve any other way. There. See? And we have a little touch of blue up there. Be careful that it doesn't hit that yellow and turn bright green, because that'll happen if you're not careful. We just want enough to give it a little bluish hint. Maybe even a little right in there. I don't know. Just a little. All right. Now, going back to that lavender color we made, tap a little into the bristles, and maybe in our world, there's a happy little cloud that floats around and has a good time right here. Just a little cloud. There he comes. Just using the top corner of the 2-inch brush. Top corner only. Now the other side has no paint on it. See, I flipped the brush over and I can blend out this cloud with the base of it. Just that easy. There. Maybe there's even a little doer right in there. There we go. You can just put him in like that. There. All right. We're going to have all kinds of beautiful little clouds in here. Going back to the little blender brush. This blender brush is so soft, tender. You can go right over all of this without blending it all together. There. See there? Just make a happy little cloud there. Now because of the angle of the camera here, it may not look just right until we go back to a camera that's shooting straight on. Sort of doesn't look quite right there. Maybe in our world, let's take a little, I use a little fan brush because it's a little more detailed and I can get in here. I'm going to put a little cloud right over this. Just a happy little cloud. That easy. Back to our little blender brush, and very lightly, you can go right in here and blend it. See there? Little cloud just lives there now and floats around, has a good time. Okay, and I think that's basically all we're going to do for that little sky, because I want to spend more time with the water. All right, as I say, it's phthalo green and phthalo blue. And we just bring it right up to the horizon there. Oh, about like that, no big deal. However, you can take the little blender and blend right over it. And it doesn't matter if it picks up a little touch of it, but it brings that horizon right together. There. Okay, better wash that little blender off. We wash it the same way as we wash the other brushes, except it's not near as much fun to beat. All right, and dry it on a paper towel. Now maybe in our world, tell you what, we'll move that over there. I'm gonna get some dark sienna, a little bit of the bright red, and some white. We'll just mix those together. I like that, that's a pretty color. Ooh. Now part of it, I'm gonna put a lot of white in. I want part of it to be lighter than the other. There, it's sort of a pinkish. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. And we'll grab us a fan brush here. There's one. Get the old fan brush, load it full of color. All right, let's go up in here. Maybe there's a little headland that comes right out here. Take the fan brush and I'm gonna push upward. And I'm starting right into the lightest area with my lightest color that I made right there. Now then, now I'm going into the darker part of the same color and begin letting that get darker and darker. There, see there? Darker and darker, both directions. Each time a little darker. And then we just sort of work it together, but darker and darker and darker. That's what we're looking for. Dark, dark, dark. Down here at the base, almost a solid Van Dyke brown where it comes to the water. I want that to be very dark. All right. So I say, this is one of the easiest little seascapes that you can do, and it's very effective. Very, very effective. There. This will make a beautiful gift for friends and neighbors, whoever. And what's so nice, we know that paintings will be with us long after we're gone. Maybe for some of us, maybe it's about as close as we can come to immortality. I'm going to the liner brush, put paint thinner on it, and maybe out here in our world, a little darker, so it stands out a little more. Sometimes you have to exaggerate color for television purposes. Maybe there's just a happy little palm tree that lives out here, several of them. Just make the indication of some little palm trees that live. These are too far away now to have much detail. We're just looking for basic little shapes. Basic little shapes. We don't even know where they're at. There. Put some little arms sticking out there on him. There we go. Something like that. See? Just wherever you think they should be. I'm not going to spend a lot of time messing with them. But that'll give you an idea of how to make what looks like a bunch of little palm trees far, far away. There. I live in Florida, so we have a lot of palm trees there. There we go. All right. Oops, didn't get that brush clean. Try again. Now we can get down here into the fun part of this. Let's grab a fan brush. I'm going to go right into a very small amount of the titanium white. We don't need much. Just put some on the bristles. And let's begin figuring out where things are at. Let's have a big old crasher wave in here, and our crasher wave is going to live right about there. It'll come over, troomp, troomp, and go right on off the canvas somewhere to help this. See, there's where it's going to crash. Does that help? Like that. So that just sort of lays it out so you have an idea of where you're going. Sometimes it's hard to take a trip if you don't know where you're going. And we're taking a little trip. Now here, let me exaggerate. I'm doing this, only not near that big. Okay? I'm exaggerating grossly there. But so that you have little wave motions happening back there, far away. And maybe in our world, maybe there's another little wave lives right here. So you just sort of outline them. It really helps you to see where they live and how you want them to go. Something about like that. But isn't that color gorgeous? That phthalo blue and phthalo green. Whew, I like that. It's dynamite color. Dynamite. Now over on this side, I want it to get very dark in comparison. All right. I have several fan brushes going here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. Now I'm going to grab one and begin pulling that color back. I'm just going back with it. Something like that. See there? And we're more interested in the dark area, believe it or not, than we are the light area. It's the dark area here that's our good friend. See those, how they just begin appearing? And then you come back with a little liner brush and put all the little highlights in there. And that's when it really, really and truly jumps right out at you. All right. Something about like so. Back into my paint, titanium white. And this is the fun part. Let's make the wave crash over. Start up here where you think it lives. Grab it and just give a little pull. A tiny little pull. Load a little more color on the brush. You may have to reload the brush several times so this color stays pretty pure. You're picking up a little of that, but you don't want a whole bunch. You want it to be bright. This is going to be your center of interest right here. Right there, like that. Make those little noises, it helps. Let's grab a little filbert brush. I'm going to take a little white, a little cad yellow, mix them on the filbert. And right here, this is going to be the eye of the wave, or the transparency. Or in technical terms, it's called the pretty part. There. Let me wipe the color off and reload it so it's nice and pure. But even that makes a beautiful color against that phthalo blue and green. Beautiful color. We just sort of let that wander right on down there out of the way. Now we take our little blender brush, very soft, very gentle, and you can come right in here and just sort of use the corner of it and begin blending that. You can blend it till it's absolutely as smooth as silk. There we go. Just wind it up. Look at that. See it come there? Little blender brush makes this so much easier. You can do it with a 2-inch brush though. If you don't have a little blender, you can do it with a 2-inch. Just not quite as smooth. Not quite as smooth. Now then, back to my little filbert. I had a little lavender color, crimson and blue. I want to use that for the shadow color of the foam here. Make these little noises. They really help. Think about the wave just coming up here and turning and crashing. Just having a good time. There. All right. Have it come right on up like that. I'm going to put some rocks there. Just decided I'll put some rocks there, so I'm not too worried about that area. Not too worried about that right now. While we have these old filberts going, can bring this right on around. And we could begin thinking about foam patterns that are just working right on down the side here. These foam patterns are what give shape to your wave. I find that holding the brush like this rather than like a pencil allows you a little more control. But that's an individual thing. You try it and see. You try it and see, because everybody is different. Thank goodness. That's what makes us all wonderful and special. Boy, it'd be boring if we were all the same, I'll tell you that. Let me wash that brush and get it nice and clean. Just wipe it on a paper towel, clean it off. I'm going to take just pure titanium white. I'm using pure white because it's going to mix with all these undercolors, and we're going to get all kinds of things. Let's put a little foam right up here, little splashy doers. Once again, make those little noises. It really, I know people look at you funny, but it puts you in the mood. Makes you feel like you're at the ocean. There. See, there they come, just crashing and having a good time. Now then, back to our little blender. Once again, you could use a 2-inch brush and it'll work. I did for many years before we got the little blenders. It will work. It's not quite as smooth, but you'll be delighted with the effect that you get. There. Okay. And you're continually picking up that undercolor. We said we was going to have a rock out there, so let's build us a rock. Let me take Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. I'm going to put some black in it too. I want a dark rock. In fact, I'm going to use a lot of black. I want it really dark. Our rock lives right there. This old filbert brush is great for rocks. You can just drop them in. There, we have a whole big old bunch of rocks there now. We don't even know how many rocks. Take a little of the bright red. Hadn't even cleaned the brush. You just leave it on, dirty color on there. And you can begin picking out and forming all the various rock things. Just let them come right off your brush. Here comes one. See there? As I say, the old filbert brush does nice things like this. You can literally shape a rock. Boy, I'd make a good song, Shape a Rock. There we go. Wherever we want it. I'm going to take my liner brush and get some white, put a little phthalo blue with it. Ooh, that's pretty. I like phthalo blue. Paint thinner. Here and there and there and here. Let's just put the indication of water that's dripping all down these rocks. Now, when you have unlimited time at home, play with this. You can literally, oh, it's fun. It is so much fun to do this. I like to do these little simple seascapes. Sometimes seascapes can get to be a son of a gun. What we show you here, though, are very simple, and you can do them. You can do these. We need a little area up in here that looks like beach. We'll take a little white. We just use a 2-inch brush. Decide basically where your beach is going to be. Let's say it's right here. Pull straight down. Straight down. There we go. There, something about like that. So it looks like a little dirt up here. A little sea sand. Put a little more white right here. There's our light source. So we put a little additional white right there. And then go across. And instantly, it looks like very wet sand. Good place to take your shoes off and just let your feet run naked through there. That's fun. All right. Now let's decide where our wave comes. I'm going to take the small knife. I use the small knife for this. Take a little blue, little phthalo blue, and put in my white, but not much, just a little. Basically, it comes right about here. See there? I'm pushing very, very hard. You can probably see the knife bending. I guess if you do that over a period of years, you can finally wear the knife out, pushing so hard, but it takes a long time. And we can just go back in here and put in all kinds of little foam patterns. There we are. Something about like that. Okay. Find my little filbert brush. Take a little white, at least a little touch of blue in it. And you can begin working on all these little things, putting in detail. There we are. A little touch more of the blue in it. See there how easy that is? Now, sometimes it's fun to take like phthalo blue and a little phthalo green mixed together, and you can go back in here and punch in holes. I guess that's a good way to call it. Just punch some holes in the surf. Right like that, wherever you think they should live. All right. Let's find our little liner brush here. Oh, there it is. With that, I'll take a little white, paint thinner, touch of the phthalo blue. Just a touch, just want to tone it. And let's go in here and begin putting in all kinds of little things. Once again, when you do yours, take your time and put in a ton of these. They're gorgeous. It's what makes your painting work and look good. Maybe there's even a little bit of water right here. See here? Okay. Then you come right in here and just begin putting in all your little, these are the little goodies that make your painting work. Make it beautiful. There, and begin blending it back. All kinds of little doers. Once again, I know you're tired of hearing this, but these little lines here are what shape your waves, what give form and texture to your waves. Treasure them. They're your good friend. Very good friend. There we are. There, see? Just let them go. Yeah, I'm going to go into a little bit of cad yellow and white. Back here, I want to brighten this area where as it comes around. Like that. There. So you just have a little sun zinging right through that area. Zoom. Right on down. All right. Tell you what, let's have some fun here. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take black. Bravery test. Palm tree lives. Yep, you're right there. And he's got a friend. Lives right there. Oh, right through all that. Right through all that. Now we can take our knife. And take a little brown and white. And we just put a little edge on this palm tree. Just a little edge. Just touch it. That's all you got to do. Touch. Just touch. There. Okay. Fan brush. Paint thinner. I want to thin this paint. Don't want to thin it as thin as ink, but I want it much thinner so it'll slide easily. And let's come up here, and we'll put some little doers hanging off this tree here. See, just a few little things. There they come. There. Isn't that a simple little way of making a gorgeous little seascape? It really works well. This is one that if you give to friends, they'll be delighted. All right, the other tree, he's naked back here. He needs something too. There. Something like so. Okay, that gives us a basic little palm tree. Very simple one. So I tell you what, let's come up here and take the contact paper off and see what we have. This is the moment of truth. Isn't that fantastic? It's a beautiful way to make a very effective little seascape. I hope you try it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad to see you today. I thought maybe today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, a little easy one that you can do. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here. Today I have my regular old 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas. And I've taken a piece of contact paper or any adhesive back paper and just cut an oval, stuck it right on the canvas. Then I've covered the inside of it with black gesso. We allowed the black gesso to dry completely. And then we came back and I put a little piece of tape right here so I'll have a straight horizon. From here up, I've covered it with liquid clear, very thin coat, and taken phthalo blue and put here. From here down, liquid clear, phthalo blue, and phthalo green. I want the water to have a little green cast to it. So I put a little phthalo green in the bottom. Otherwise, it's just phthalo blue all over. We put the liquid clear on there though, because it makes that color so much easier to put on, and it's almost like a glaze. I don't want too much. So let's have some fun. We'll start out with a little teeny 2-inch brush and a little bit of titanium white on it. I don't need much, just a small amount. Something about like that. Okay? Now then, we'll go up in here and very gently begin making our little crisscross strokes. Now this is a fantastic painting to do for friends and relatives, and don't tell them you put color up here and they just see you take white paint and start doing this, and all of these gorgeous, gorgeous colors appear and they'll think it's magic. There we go. Don't tell them any different. That's our secret. Shh. All right. There we go. Just want a little background color. I'm going to come in here and put in some big old clouds, but I'm looking for a little background color now. That's all. That's all. There we are. So just make little criss strokes like that. And very lightly go over it. Now you can make this as light as you want it just by adding white. I don't want it to be too light though, because I'm going to put some clouds that I want to show up. But if you want it lighter, just take a little more of the white and go right in there, put it in. Okay. Now then, I'm going to clean the brush because I want it to be nice and fresh and put some more white on it. Shake it off and just beat the devil out of it. Now then, I'm going back into titanium white. Just going to tap some into the bristles. It don't matter how you load it. Shoot, any old way you can get it on there. Let's go up in here and maybe our little clouds, maybe they just live just taking the corner of the brush and making little circular patterns. See, just take the top corner and make little circular patterns. That's all we're looking for. There. Load a little more color on the brush. And in our world, yep, you're right. There's another little cloud. It lives right there. Work in layers though. Do one cloud at a time. So you got a darker edge here than you do at the top of this one. That's what we're looking for. Now then, let me grab our little blender brush. Very, very soft hair. Very soft. Just caresses the canvas. Very gentle, very gentle. See there? Then you can blend right over that. Lift it, fluff it, and you can take it to any degree of brightness that you want. And that's all we need to make a little cloud. We'll blend this little one here. Just blend in the bottom of it. Now this blender brush has a round handle, so it's easy to spin around and to make all these little things happen. There. Very lightly, just barely grazing the canvas. Okay, now a little more white. I want another cloud in my world. I think, yep, you're right. Here comes one. But we finish those that are behind it first. And then come along and put the ones here in the foreground. There they are. A little more color. Okay, look at that. But you can make clouds with just a big old 2-inch brush and a little blender brush. That's all it takes. Shoot. Or you can do it with a fan brush. It doesn't matter. Whatever. There. Okay, back to my little blender. And there we go. Yeah, just blend it a little bit. Like that. Something like so. Okay, then we'll fluff it a little. And off we go. There. Okay. And as I say, in your world, you put as many layers of clouds as you want, or as few. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shoot, maybe we'll put one more right down here at the horizon. There. The only thing that little piece of tape does there, it'll make your horizon nice and straight. Nice and straight. And that's very nice sometimes. There we are. Okay, let me grab my little blender brush. And we'll just blend that right together again. As I say, this little blender brush, as my father used to say, it's tender as a mother's love. It's a very soft little brush. I asked him to make this one for me because the other ones they're a little stiffer for working with that old tough, hard paint. And this allows us to do some things that we couldn't with the other one. There. And very soon Annette's going to have her flower book out, and she's going to show you how to make fantastic flowers with this. There. All right. Okay. And that easy, we got a pretty good looking little sky. There. All right, now let's carefully take off this little piece of tape here. And see, we have a very straight horizon then, that easy. And we can take a clean brush and just push a little bit of that color right up to the horizon. Because there was no color, no paint right under the tape. Now there is. There we go. Yeah, we have color all the way up there. I just wanted the excuse to wash the brush. There we are. Okay, have to make some big decisions in our world. Let me grab a fan brush. Maybe back in here, let's take some phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, make a nice lavendery color. There, there's both sides of the brush full of color. A little more crimson. Whew, there, that's good. Let's go up in here. Maybe there's a big old, what they call them, headlands that comes out here like that. Big old rocket projects out into the water. There. Far away though. Not looking for a lot of detail in this one. It's too far away. Big rascal though. He lives back here. Way back in the distance somewhere. All right. There he comes. As I say, now this is a very simple little seascape we're going to do today. Even if you haven't painted many, this one you can do. I'm going to take a little red, a little bit of that yellow we had, and just sort of mix them together. Red and yellow, make a little orangey color. Just sort of to highlight that a little bit. I don't want a lot of detail back here, because of that detail, it'll absolutely destroy our illusion of distance and make it look like it's far away. So don't overdo this. Put a few little things in here and there and let it go at that. Let it go at that. There. See there? This is a little place that you can come and walk down here and get right up against the ocean and look at it and watch the dolphins play. I live in Florida and spend a lot of time in Daytona Beach, and there's some of the most gorgeous little dolphins there that play, and the manatees. If you've never seen a manatee, they're one of the neatest little animals. Not little animals now that I think about it, they're huge, but they're the most gentle creature God's ever made, I think. Gorgeous things. There. A little white just to sparkle that here and there. There. Okay, we'll wash that old brush. Now maybe in our world, there's some water back there. We better make a big decision though. We have to decide where if we're going to have a little crash or wave in here, where it's going to live. Put a little white on a filbert. Come right up in here. Now, let's take and let's decide maybe our little crash or waves way back in the back. And I like to just sort of take the brush and put in a basic little shape here, so I know about where he's going to be, and I can paint around him a little bit. So let's just say he's right there. That's just to give us a little idea of where our wave's going to live. Okay. Get the old brush dried off a little there. I'm just drying that brush on a little paper towel. Okay, back to our fan brush. Now then, back in here, there's going to be some other waves that are just living. Just decide where you think they are. Put in some basic little shapes. Way back in here, I'm just going to touch and start. Let me exaggerate. I'm making motions like that. Okay, but I'm exaggerating. They're much smaller. So automatically it begins to give the appearance of little waves way back in the background there. And we know this one here is going to come over like that. So we can go ahead and put some of that in just to give us an idea. Make those little noises. Think about water crashing. Here it comes. Just let it fall over. Now then, with a clean fan brush, I want to grab some of that little color. This fan brush is clean because I just want to pull some of that back. We're going to come back with a little liner brush and put in some little details. But this is just pulling some of that color back on this black canvas. This black gesso is wonderful for doing things like this. Just absolutely wonderful. Look at that. That color just jumps out at you. It's exciting. And already you're beginning to see the little choppiness of the water back here. Isn't that neat? All right, wash the old brush off. Now then, have to start making some big decisions. I'm going to take some white, put a little touch of the cad yellow in it. Little touch. So we got white and yellow, and I'm using number 3 fan brush. You could use the filbert or number 6, whatever. It's up to you. And I'm just going to roughly, real strong, scrub in some color right there. I want this to be the eye of the wave. Let it sort of twinkle off like that. Now you can do that several times to make it brighter. Just to make it brighter, like so. Now, going back to my little blender brush, the one that's so soft, and come right up in here, use just the corner of it, and just begin blending that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. I mean, you can make this look as soft as silk. So gorgeous. Just blend it. Notice the hair is hardly turning. It's the handle that you're just going around in circles with. Soft, soft, soft. Right on out to nothing. There. Something like that. And then we just blend it right on out. Isn't that a beautiful color? It's just phthalo green and phthalo blue under there, and the little white and yellow you put on top of it. That's all. Now, let's redefine this a little bit. I want that just to crash right over. We don't want it just perfectly straight. This old wave's having a hard time in his life. Back to our filbert, I'm going to take a little bit of lavender. So that's just a little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue mixed together. Put it on the filbert brush here, about like that. Let's go right up in here. And with that, let's put some nice foamy things that are happening. As I say, it helps to make those little noises. Your friends will look at you like you're a little strange, but that's all right. Painters are expected to be a little different, so it's all right. It's all right. And those little noises, they really help me. I don't know if they help you, but they help me sort of, in my mind, see these little things. Okay, let me wipe the old brush and clean it off. There. Now I'm going back into the titanium white. And right above that, I'm going to do the same thing. I want those nice, sparkly little edges right up on top of that foam. Here they come. There. Give it a little push. Bend it. There we go. You could do this too with a fan brush. Today I thought I'd do it with a filbert. but it's up to you. Put in just some basic little splashes. Then we'll go back, get our little soft blender brush, very gently. This is where this little brush really works miracles, because you can go right over this wet, thick paint without it all blending together. And you can just soften that, just as delicate. Look at that, look at that. Just using the corner of this little blender though. So soft, so gentle. Look at there. Ooh, get excited. It's pretty. All right. Now then, let's find us a knife here. Maybe we'll have some stones out here in our water. I think we need a stone or two. Back up a little bit, take a look-see, and decide where the stone lives in your world. Right here, we have a nice stone. Just Van Dyke brown. I'm gonna get crazy. Van Dyke brown. There's a little dark sand in there too. Maybe there's another stone here. We'll just have that wave crashing back here. There, take a little bright red, a little dark sand, and mix them together. All right, a little touch of white in it just to brighten it up a little. Now then, very gently, just let the knife graze gently. Just put a few little highlights on this stone so it stands out here. See there? Decide where they live in here. There. Just vary. I put a little lavender in there. I'm going to vary some of the colors. Just let the knife bounce and play. Make it look like old, tough, mean rocks that live out there. So let's see now. Once again, Seascapes sometimes will give you a hard time, but this one is one that you can do. It's a nice little rascal. It's not too hard. And the black canvas, it makes it so much better, so much easier. A little bit right out here. And this one's going to be a colorful one. I want some color today. It's a wonderful day. And color makes you feel good. Just makes you feel good. Let me wash my little brush here. Small fan brush. Put a little paint thinner. I'm going to go right into a little titanium white. We'll be right back. Get a little phthalo blue in it. There, a little phthalo blue. And maybe in our world, I put a little paint thinner in there so it'd be just a little thinner. And now we can just flow that right over the top so it looks like water's just flowing all through there. There. A little bit, maybe there's water dripping all through here. Because if this rock was out here with all this going on, I'm telling you, there would be water dripping off of it everywhere. See it? There it comes. There it comes, going right on out here. We need some on this old big rock over here too. Waves are crashing on it, splashing and carrying on. Yeah, all kinds of things happen to it. But just let that flow right off there. Shoot, maybe in our world, maybe there's even water coming from way up. I don't know. Now, if you have a lot of time, try doing this with a liner brush, because you can put in a lot more detail. A lot more detail when you have a lot of time. Least little touch of the white on the brush here, and let's make a big decision. Maybe there's something that lives right there, and we'll just blend it back. There. See, right up in between there. There we go. But isn't that color something else? I love these black canvases because color just appears. Excuse me, I get excited about this. I'm sorry. There, see, just blend it back. And what you're trying to save is the dark areas. You could really care less about the rest of it. It's the dark areas you're trying to save. They become the goodies in between. Maybe there's another one right in here. Just all kinds of little things are happening. See there? Keep these strokes pretty flat though. There, maybe, I know, we'll have a stone right up in the front, so let's not worry about it. Let me find my liner brush. Put it into a little paint thinner. We'll go into a little bit of that light blue, and let's begin highlighting some of these little things. Putting all kinds of little doers in there. Now these are the things that'll make your painting special. Spend a lot of time working with these. all these little foam patterns that happen in here. Here, sometimes they come down, but they begin creating form and shape in here. All those little things. Okay. And back in here. See, they just climb right up. That's what shows the shape. A little darker color right on the brush, sort of outline that. That'll make it stand out. And then bring some of them back. Little fish plays in there sometime. There. Now I'm going to go right into that yellow and white mixture. And let's brighten some of these back here. Let's just begin to brighten some of those. Make them shine in the sun. There. See there? All those little things. They just play in there and have fun. And maybe light's coming right through here and right there. It's another little... Just think where light would come in. Put some little highlights in there. Makes your painting shine. Makes it exciting. People look at it and... Not that we're interested in selling paintings, but color a lot of times sells a painting as well as content. There we go. Just let those little rascals happen. We said we was going to put a stone down here, didn't we? I just keep messing around and putting all these in. Okay, I'll put a stone down there. Take a little Van Dyke brown. A little bit of black into it. I want a good strong stone, maybe. Old stone just lives right here on the edge. Something like that. Take a little bit of that highlight color. Just let it sort of bounce along here. Play a little bit. And then come back with our phthalo blue. Drip a little water over it. We got to have a little water on it. Everything in here should be wet. There. And we can pull a little bit back in here. Back to my liner brush. I'm just sort of jumping back and forth here as I see things. There we go. Bring it back and we have some little doers in here. Like so. All kinds of little things. As I say, when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can just get in here and put all these little rascals in. They are so gorgeous. All right. Something like that. But Seascapes can be one of the most fun things to paint. The black canvas will give you a whole new dimension in Seascapes that normally you don't have. All right. You can take a little touch. Well, we just use a little black. Little black. We can go up here and maybe in our world there's doop, doop, maybe like a little M bird. I call them M's because it's like making M's. Little seagull that's way back here in the distance. Give them 3. Mama Pophead and a little baby one. I'll take a little more of that phthalo blue. I want to just put a few little drippy downs on here. Phthalo blue and titanium white. Just little drippy downs where water's going. That helps form your rock. There. But the paint needs to be very thin because you have a lot of paint up here, so put a lot of paint thinner with it. A lot of paint thinner. Just makes it flow right off there. Something like that. We need some over on the other side. Don't want him left out. About like that. Wherever you think they should be. But that's basically a nice way of doing a very effective little seascape. I think the moment of truth is here, though. Let's bring the camera up and let's take the old contact paper off here and take a look and see if we need to piddle around with anything. Look at that. There it comes. But isn't that a nice way of doing a little seascape? Shoot, I tell you what, let's do. Let's just load a little bit of bright red on here. We'll just sign this one, call it done. But when you're painting seascapes, give this black gesso a try. I think you're going to find it one of the most exciting mediums that you've ever ran into. it will paint half your painting for you before you even get started. And I think in one of the paintings we showed you how you could use the gesso to do underpaintings and then just come back and glaze them. It works for this too. Give it a try. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to see some photos of your success. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend.